Killing Blood Luozi. The demonic chi surged like a thunderbolt. At Lu Ming's command, terrifying existences stepped out from behind him and charged at the Cold Blood Hall people. Oh! The experts of Cold Blood Hall, including Blood Luozi, were shocked because the experts coming at them were too powerful. There were no less than 6 or 7 sovereigns and many advanced spiritual gods. Kill them! Shui Luozi shrieked, but he retreated. Kill! The experts from both sides collided, creating a shocking shockwave. Black demonic chi and blood-red demonic chi soared into the sky and filled the entire region. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward Blood Luozi. Shui Luozi, you escaped with your life talisman in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Today I'll take your life. Lu Ming stared at Blood Luozi and walked toward him step by step. Shui Luozi's face turned ugly. He retreated quickly and roared, "Kill him! Lu Ming, die!" Beside Shui Luozi, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe charged at Lu Ming. He was a perfected spiritual god. However, as soon as he appeared, another expert rushed out from behind Lu Ming and blocked him. "Now let's see who can save you," said Lu Ming. That perfected spiritual god was the last powerful person around Blood Luozi. The rest were not worth mentioning. Kill him! Blood Luozi continued to shout. The 2 7th-level spiritual god realm experts charged towards Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palms, and the 2 7th-level spiritual god realm experts were torn to pieces. Why would I? Shui Luozi's face turned pale with fear. An expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm was killed by Lu Ming with one palm. How could he be so powerful? No one can save you today. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and approached Blood Luozi rapidly. Save me, forefather, save me! Shui Luozi screamed in fear. Lu Ming could even kill a 7th-level spiritual god realm expert with a flip of his hand, let alone him. He was really afraid. The other Cold Blood Hall experts wanted to help, but they were all entangled by their opponents and could not get away. Some experts were further away and could not make it in time. Evil creature, you're looking for death. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Then, a ray of blood-red light broke through the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming with an aura that could destroy everything. Patriarch, haha, Lu Ming, die! Shui Luozi was overjoyed and revealed a ferocious expression. The attack was filled with the pressure of an emperor. It was the Emperor of Cold Blood Hall who wanted to kill Lu Ming in one blow. However, at this moment behind Lu Ming, a burly man in iron armor burst out with an earth-shattering aura. His demonic might was unparalleled. With a flash of demonic light, he destroyed the blood light. I didn't want to gang up on you, but since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Mo Yi looked at the sky with a cold look. The next moment, he turned into a beam of demonic light and rushed into the sky, attacking the Cold Blood Hall Emperor together with the Suspended Mountains Emperor. The Emperor, it's the Emperor! Everyone else was dumbfounded. Xiao Wan did not come, but apart from him, there was actually an emperor behind Lu Ming. This was too shocking. Many people from Cold Blood Hall were in despair. The consequences would be severe if 2 emperors attacked the Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. Demon Emperor! Shui Luozi screamed in fear, his eyes filled with despair. Kill! Lu Ming took another step forward and appeared in front of Shui Luozi. He struck his palm down. No! Shui Luozi roared and used the bloodline fusion to transform into a blood-winged bat to resist. However, Lu Ming's palm struck down and the blood-winged bat was crushed by the terrifying force. Not only the blood-winged bat, but Shui Luozi's body was also shattered. Shui Luozi was dead. The people of Cold Blood Hall were shocked. Master Shui Luo, a genius who had the potential to become an emperor, was dead. It was a great loss for Cold Blood Hall. An angry roar came from the sky. What are you shouting for? You can't even protect yourself today. Mo Ye's voice rang out from the sky. Roar! Lu Ming controlled the bloodline of the 9 dragons to devour the blood essence and energy of the Blood Luozi. However, Lu Ming frowned immediately. This was because the Blood Luozi cultivated the mentality of blood, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. Only the blood essence had some use. At this moment on the floating mountain, an extremely beautiful woman was looking at the battlefield outside. This woman was Jing Kongling. Beside her stood a few experts from the floating mountain sect. Open the formation and fight our way out. Work with Lu Ming and attack Coldblood Hall from both sides. At this moment, Jing Kongling opened his mouth and gave an order. Now, the second-class geniuses had grown up and entered the spiritual god realm one after another. As these second-class geniuses entered the spiritual god realm, their status in their respective sects and forces also rose. They were comparable to some supremes or even higher, and they had an important right to speak. This was because second-grade geniuses were bound to become supreme beings in the future. They even had a high chance of becoming emperors, and their potential was limitless. The various major factions had already begun to slowly transfer some power to them as a way to hone them slaviers. Just like Shui Luozi in the floating mountain, the pure void spirit also had an important right to speak. Kongling, it's too dangerous. Who knows if Lu Ming will turn around and target us, the floating mountain sect. An elder beside the pristine void spirit asked with a slightly changed expression. That's right. In these troubled times, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan are walking together, and there's actually an emperor following them. We have to be on guard. The other person said. Don't worry. Lu Ming and I are old friends. I trust him. Open the formation and work with Lu Ming. We must completely destroy Coldblood Hall in today's battle. Otherwise, we won't have such a good opportunity if we miss it. Jing Kongling said with a firm tone. All right, I'll listen to you. An old man said. Then his voice spread throughout the floating mountain. Open the formation and kill our way out. Kill. Kill. The formation was activated, and the floating mountain gathered its power and charged toward Coldblood Hall. They and Lu Ming's men attacked Coldblood Hall from both sides. Coldblood Hall was in chaos and at a disadvantage. One by one the experts were killed. Boom! 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 In the sky the battle was the most intense and the sky kept shaking. All of a sudden a blood-red light appeared. An arm fell from the sky with a soaring blood chi, emitting a strong emperor's pressure. It's the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor is injured. Someone exclaimed. The Coldblood Hall people were especially pale. The Blood Emperor of Coldblood Hall is about to be defeated. Kill him. Lu Ming's men and those from the floating mountain sect took the opportunity to shout. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they completely suppressed Coldblood Hall. Coldblood Hall experts were killed one after another, and their bodies fell to the ground like rain. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons, bloodline and walked on the battlefield, devouring energy and blood essence. Blood Emperor retreats in defeat. Unfortunately, most of the people in Coldblood Hall cultivated the mentality of blood. A few of them cultivated the mentality of tools, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. It did not improve his mentality at all. After devouring a huge amount of energy, Lu Ming's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. However, when he reached the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, his cultivation level stopped. No matter how much energy he refined, he could not absorb it. It could only dissipate and be wasted. Because the essence realm of heaven and earth did not improve, his cultivation was stuck. In the end, Lu Ming decided not to devour the vital essence and energy. He only devoured the blood essence to improve his blood meridian. However, Lu Ming had continuously devoured the blood essence of more than a dozen 8th and 9th level spiritual god realm experts, and even perfected spiritual god realm experts. His bloodline did not improve at all. The bloodlines of the 9 dragons and the prison suppressing steel were both at the 8th level of the divine level. Advancing from level 8 to level 9 of the divine level was truly too difficult. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Could it be that he had to devour the blood essence of a supreme being in order to improve? Lu Ming started to look around to see if any supreme being had been killed. Ah! A shrill cry was heard as a Coldblood Hall supreme was killed. Blood splattered everywhere and fell to the ground. The blood contained a terrifying power. Some of the spirit embryo realm experts were splashed by the blood. and their bodies were immediately riddled with holes. Quickly retreat. Below, the troops from the myriad demons Abyss and Cold Blood Hall retreated in fear of being splashed by the blood. Blood essence of a supreme being. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. Little Qing, wait for me here. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Be careful. Xian Yanqing warned. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and used his movement technique to rush toward the Supreme Being's corpse. Whoosh! A drop of Supreme Being blood shot toward Lu Ming like a blood-red shooting star, carrying a terrifying aura. Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm, striking the drop of blood and dispersing it. However, Lu Ming also felt a tingling sensation in his palm, and a dull pain. A supreme martial artist is really powerful. This is just a drop of blood that flew around after his death, but it already has such a terrifying power and contains such a powerful energy. It's a pity that my current heaven and earth realm is not enough. Otherwise, I could refine this drop of blood and quickly improve my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered to himself. Then, he ignored the blood and dashed towards the Supreme Being's corpse in a flash. The nine-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and let out a long roar. The devouring power burst out, and 9 drops of crystal-clear blood essence flew out from the Supreme Being's corpse and were swallowed by the 9 dragons. Boom! After the 9 drops of blood were swallowed by the 9 dragons, they exploded. Endless energy kicked around in the bodies of the 9 dragons. The bodies of the 9 dragons swelled up rapidly, like leather balls, and their volume expanded several times. The energy within the blood essence of a supreme martial artist was too powerful. Refine, refine! Lu Ming roared and frantically controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to refine it. He knew that he had been too impulsive. The power of the Supreme Being's blood essence was simply too astonishing. Even with his current cultivation base, he had to refine it drop by drop. The most stable way was to devour all 9 drops at once. The power of that kind of energy was simply too astonishing. Boom! 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 The bloodline of the 9 dragons circulated the power of refinement and began to refine the blood essence in his body. Fortunately, he managed to withstand it and didn't explode. Slowly, the blood essence of the supreme martial artist was refined and used to improve the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Die! At this moment, a blood-red light flashed and charged toward Lu Ming. A white-haired elder from Cold Blood Hall with the cultivation of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm was Xue Luozi's guardian. He had his eyes on Lu Ming ever since Xue Luozi was killed. He took the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. His 3rd bloodline emerged, and killing intent gushed out like a tide. Bang! Lu Ming's palm shattered his opponent's blood-red light. The force of his palm was like a storm, surging towards his opponent. Back then, outside the holy city, Lu Ming had the ability to kill an expert at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Now that a few months had passed, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased to the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was stronger than a few months ago, and it was much easier to deal with an expert at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. The other party was shocked. He did not expect that his surprise attack would be easily defeated by Lu Ming. At this moment he exploded his essential core and threw a punch. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on his fist, causing him to tremble and retreat rapidly. Kill, kill! Lu Ming's eyes turned blood-red and an endless killing intent enveloped the other party, causing him to shiver and his combat strength to weaken. Boom! Activating the prison-suppressing heavenly art, he struck out 2 palm strikes in succession. The white-haired old man tried his best to catch the 2 palms, but his arm exploded, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Whoosh! The 3rd bloodline turned into a blood-red sword. Under Lu Ming's control, it turned into a blood-red light and pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the white-haired elder, killing him. Hoo hoo hoo! Lu Ming's figure flashed and he returned to Xian Yanqing's side. There was a supreme being by Xian Yanqing's side, which was enough to ensure their safety. After that, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and focused on refining the blood essence. The refining process took more than 10 minutes before the blood essence energy in the 9 dragons, bodies finally calmed down. Under Lu Ming's control, he opened his eyes and stood up. The sovereign's blood essence was still not completely refined, but there was no need to worry. He could slowly refine it. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was clear. Countless cold blood hall experts had been killed, and even a few supreme martial artists had fallen. They were completely at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Sila. At this moment, the space in the sky was constantly cracking. Lu Ming looked up and could barely see three figures fighting. One of the figures exuded a demonic aura that soared into the sky. It was Emoyi. The other person was a woman with a graceful figure. She was shrouded by a halo and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. She must be the sovereign of the Floating Mountain sect, Martial Emperor Yuexin. The last person was covered in a bloody light. He was the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. However, at this moment, the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was in a sorry state. His aura was weak, and one of his arms was missing. He had been severely injured by Martial Emperors Yi and Yuexin. Blood Emperor, you shall stay here today. A cold voice filled with killing intent was heard. It was Martial Emperor Yuexin. You want to kill me? In your dreams. The Blood Emperor's cold voice rang out. A crimson light suddenly flashed, forcing the Moon Heart Martial Emperor and Emoyi to retreat. He then turned into a streak of crimson light and fled into the distance. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had escaped. You want to escape? Dream on. Emoyi shouted coldly and chased after them with Martial Emperor Yuexin, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Blood Emperor flee in defeat, the morale of the Cold Blood Hall members plummeted. I surrender, I surrender. I also surrender. The giant eagles from Sky Eagle Castle were the first to surrender. They had no sense of belonging to Cold Blood Hall, so they naturally surrendered one by one when they saw the situation turn for the worse. With the surrender of the giant eagle, Cold Blood Hall was at a disadvantage. Those who surrender and are willing to inscribe a formation in their sea of consciousness can be spared. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Forming an alliance with the Floating Mountain sect. I'm also willing to surrender. Oh, I also surrender. In the end, even the disciples and experts of Cold Blood Hall began to surrender. Those who refused to surrender were directly killed. Soon the battle stopped. Almost all the experts from Cold Blood Hall had surrendered. A few supreme beings had escaped, while the rest had surrendered. Even the Emperor had fled in defeat. If they put up a last-ditch resistance, they would still be courting death. The great battle ended just like that. After that, Lu Ming instructed the powerhouses to work with the Floating Mountain to inscribe an array in the consciousness of the people who surrendered. Brother Lu, we meet again. The pure and ethereal spirit came over gracefully, her grace peerless. Her entire body was covered in mist, ethereal like an immortal. Miss Kong Ling. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Jing Kongling's eyes fell on Xian Yanqing and he said, This must be Miss Xian Yanqing. She's so beautiful that Brother Lu is willing to go to the demon realm in person. Xian Yanqing's eyes darted around as he held onto Lu Ming's arm. Miss is too polite. Then, a voice was transmitted into Lu Ming's ears. While I'm not here, you know quite a lot of beautiful women, huh? I was wondering why you attacked Cold Blood Hall instead of the Floating Mountain. There's a beauty here waiting for you to save her. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Could this girl be jealous? Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. He was trying to find a reason to explain. Sila. At this moment, the space cracked open, and Emoyi and the Moon Heart Martial Emperor walked out of it. Emoyi, how's the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. That fellow's body was shattered, and his spiritual god was also severely injured by us. Unfortunately, he still managed to escape with his heavily injured spiritual god. Emoyi explained with some pity. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The Blood Emperor was indeed powerful and difficult to kill. He managed to escape despite the combined attacks of two martial emperors of the same level. However, although he has escaped, He won't be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time. His spiritual god is heavily injured and he has escaped with all his might. He doesn't have much strength left. Emoyi explained. This time, many thanks for Brother Emoye's help. At this moment, Martial Emperor Yuashin spoke and cupped her hands towards Emoyi. Martial Emperor Yuashin was very beautiful. She looked to be in her 30s and didn't look like an emperor path expert who had been famous in the central continent for nearly 10,000 years. Haha, there's no need to thank me. I'm only following orders. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Commander Lu Ming. Emoyi smiled and looked at Lu Ming. Martial Emperor Yuashin looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Emoyi actually listened to Lu Ming's orders. An emperor actually took orders from a young junior. This was truly rare in the world. Greetings, Senior Yuashin. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Martial Emperor Yuashin. You're too kind, Commander-in-Chief Lu. Shall we go into the mountains for a chat? Martial Emperor Yuashin said. Lu Ming and the others nodded and followed Martial Emperor Yuashin, Jing Kongling, and the others into the floating mountain. They sat down in a hall. This time, thank you, Commander Lu, for leading the army to help us. Otherwise, the floating mountain would have been in danger. Martial Emperor Yuashin thanked Lu Ming again. Martial Emperor is too polite. I am old friends with Miss Kongling of the Floating Mountain Martial School and Brother Chu Kuang. It is only right for me to lend a hand. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, the central continent is in chaos now. All the major forces are fighting each other. If we are separated, we will be weak. If we join forces, we will be strong. Lu Ming wants to form an alliance with the Floating Mountain sect. What do you think, Martial Emperor? Alliance. Martial Emperor Yuashin, Jing Kongling, and the other supreme figures of the Floating Mountain sect were all stunned and fell into deep thought. Martial Emperor Yuashin pondered for a moment and said, I wonder if Senior Xie Wan is here. Senior Xie is at the headquarters of Cold Blood Hall. I'm afraid the hall has already fallen into your hands. Lu Ming said. The two sides have formed an alliance. Commander Lu, can you represent Senior Xie? Martial Emperor Yuashin said. Obviously, Lu Ming was not important enough in Martial Emperor Yuashin's eyes. Don't worry, Commander Lu can make the decision on behalf of the Ancestor Devil. From the side, Emoyi spoke. This shocked Martial Emperor Yuxian, Jing Kongling, and the others. He did not expect Lu Ming to have such great power in Xie Wan's faction. Yuashin's eyes flickered slightly. All the rumors about Lu Ming that she had heard kept flashing through her mind. This kid has a bright future. In the end, Yuxian's eyes lit up and she said, good, since that's the case, the Floating Mountain Martial School will form an alliance with Commander Lu. She was talking about Commander Lu, not the Emperor of Chaos. All right. Lu Ming, thank you, Senior Yu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. To Lu Ming, it was greatly beneficial to have another ally. At that moment, the two sides carried out a simple ceremony and officially formed an alliance. After the alliance, Lu Ming bade farewell to Yuashin and the others because Xie Wan had sent news that the Cold Blood Hall's base was completely under control. Lu Ming led the army and headed straight for Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall had been completely occupied. Those who had stayed behind had either surrendered or been killed. There were experts from the myriad demons abyss everywhere in the Cold Blood Hall. Many of them were inscribing formations or repairing them. It did not take long for Lu Ming and the rest to arrive at Cold Blood Hall. At the cross-territory teleportation formation in Cold Blood Hall, more than a dozen experts gathered. Xie Wan, Lu Ming, Mo Yi, and the others were among them. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect in the Eastern Wilderness. It's strange that you don't have any mental energy fire at all. Xie Wan laughed. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. Seniors, please help me adjust the coordinates of the Talisman Amulet sect. Lu Ming said. A few supreme martial artists who were more skilled in the Tao of Inscription stepped forward and adjusted the coordinates of the Talisman Amulet sect on the huge interterritory teleportation altar. Lu Ming closed his eyes. At that moment in the Talisman Amulet sect, A cave abode that had been closed for a long time suddenly opened. Lu Ming's Minglian clone stepped out. Lu Ming's body moved and he headed toward Bai Shijin's mansion. Not long after, Lu Ming, Bai Shijin Du Songjue, and 2 other supreme elders appeared at the cross-territory teleportation formation of the Talisman Amulet sect. The chaotic heavens divine warrior, Ciel Wan, has actually reappeared. You even formed an alliance to destroy the Overlord Cold-Blood Hall? Bai Shijin Du Songjue, and the rest mumbled to themselves. Ever since Lu Ming's second clone had briefly explained the situation in the central continent, they were still in disbelief and had not recovered from the shock. Senior, everything is real now. Let's adjust the coordinates of Cold-Blood Hall and accept the teleportation request. Lu Ming said. Good, haha, this way they can't trap us. Bai Shijin laughed. The others also smiled. If they could connect with the overlord forces of Central Continent, they would no longer have to be afraid of Di's siege. Even if the yin and yang formation was broken, they would have a way out. They immediately began to adjust their coordinates. The teleportation formation could only be used with the consent of both parties. It could not be used just because one party wanted to. Otherwise, if one of them were to suddenly teleport to another force, wouldn't they be able to break through from the inside? Naturally, that was impossible. Chapter 1175 Returning to the Talisman Amulet sect. It didn't take long for the coordinates of both sides to be matched. Oh! The altar of the interterritory teleportation formation glowed with light, and a black vortex appeared. Bai Shijin Du Songjue, and the others stared at the vortex. Soon 2 figures emerged from the vortex. Lu Ming, Bai Shijin and the others were overjoyed. Of the 2 figures, one was Lu Ming while the other was, of course, Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing stepped out of the vortex and appeared in front of Bai Shijin and the others. Is this your clone? Xian Yanqing's big eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Lu Ming. Why? Do you want a kiss? The second body suddenly laughed. This was Lu Ming's consciousness entering the second body and speaking. Xian Yanqing's face turned red and he glared at Lu Ming. The second body pointed at Lu Ming and took a step forward. It shrunk rapidly and entered the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, sitting cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Bai Shijin Du Songjue, and the rest were looking at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing in shock. Lu Ming, what's your cultivation? What realm have you reached? Bai Shijin asked. In fact, he had already seen through Lu Ming's cultivation. He just found it hard to believe. Peak 4th level spiritual god realm. Senior, what's wrong? Lu Ming said. CSI. Bai Shijin and the others gasped. It had only been 2 years or so. Back then, Lu Ming had set off from the East Wilderness to the Central Continent, and his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, in 2 years, not only had Lu Ming crossed the path of the spiritual god realm, but he had also reached the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. This was truly too shocking. They were well aware of how difficult it was to advance one level after reaching the spiritual god realm. However, it seemed to be no difficulty for Lu Ming. And they looked at Xian Yanqing. They could naturally see Xian Yanqing's cultivation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Strong, he was too strong. Most importantly, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were still so young. They were only in their 20s. It was shocking that they had already reached this stage at such a young age. In comparison, the paragons of the Talisman Amulet sect paled in comparison to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Perhaps Lu Ming can really lead the Talisman Amulet sect to rise. They thought to themselves. Buzz. At this moment, the teleportation array shook slightly, and 2 more figures appeared. It was Xieluan and Mo Yi. Subconsciously, Bai Shijin Du Songjue, and the others used their spiritual senses to scan Xieluan and Mo Yi. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in alarm. Emperor! It's the Emperor! 2 emperors! Bai Shijin and the others exclaimed in shock. They were on high alert and their eyes were filled with shock. Seniors, this is Xielwan Senior Xia. This is Mo Yi Demon Emperor. Lu Ming hurriedly introduced. Chaotic Heaven's Divine Warrior, Xiao Wan. Bai Shijin and the others were shocked. The name of the Chaotic Heaven's Divine Warrior was not only known to the powerhouses of the Central Continent, but also the East Baron, the South Underworld, and other territories. Naturally, Bai Shijin and the others knew about him. After that, Bai Shijin and the others hurriedly paid their respects to Xiao Wan and Mo Yi. Xiao Wan nodded casually, and spread out his spiritual sense. I didn't expect the Talisman sect to not be here either. Back then it was a famous sect in the Eastern Baron territory. Xiao Wan spoke slowly, making Bai Shijin and the others feel a little embarrassed. Senior Xia, I'll take you around. Lu Ming smiled. He was in a good mood after returning to the Talisman Amulet sect after 2 years. This place was the force that truly belonged to Lu Ming. It was the force that he could control. Xiao Wan's power was merely an alliance. Xiao Wan nodded, and the group stepped on the air and flew into the distance. On the way, Xiao Wan glanced around and nodded to himself. It seems that I've underestimated Lu Ming. Other than not having an emperor, he's not considered weak. What a powerful junior. He's trying to break through to the emperor realm. Once he does, he'll be extraordinary. Xiao Wan's eyes flickered with light as he looked to the north. Lu Ming knew that Xiao Wan had sensed the Nine Sons Paragon. In the past 2 years, Supreme Nine Sons had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the position of emperor. Father, mother. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the front. In front of them, Yan Kuangtu formed a cloud with his vital essence and brought Lu Yuntian, Li Ping, Hua Qi Bai Qixue, and the others toward them. Obviously, they had received the news that Lu Ming had returned. Initially, only a few people knew that Lu Ming had left for the Central Continent and stayed behind to guard the Talisman Amulet sect. Other than Bai Shijing, Yan Kuangtu and a few other supreme martial artists, only Lu Ming's parents knew. However, ever since Lu Ming's true identity was exposed during the million-year sacrificial battle in the sacred city, the news of Lu Ming's appearance in the East Baron had spread after the masters of the Wang family, the Jiang family, and the Divine Emperor had returned. The Empyrean Divine Palace had publicly exposed that Lu Ming's second body was fake outside the Yin and Yang mountain. The rest of the Talisman Amulet sect then knew that Lu Ming had left the Yin and Yang mountain and headed to the Central Continent. Of course, no one would have thought that the twin forbidden spell was such a wondrous secret technique. They all thought that the second body of Lu Ming in the Talisman sect was a disguise by someone else. Now that Lu Ming had returned and they received the news, they naturally wanted to meet him. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing and flew forward to greet Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Father, mother. Ming-er, it's good that you're back. Although Lu Yuntian and Li Ping knew that Lu Ming had been safe and sound through his second body, they were still overjoyed to see his real body. Then the two of them looked at Xian Yanqing. After a moment of surprise, they smiled. Li Ping happily held Xian Yanqing's hand and said, Miss Yanqing, long time no see. Ming-er has finally brought you back. Good, good. Uncle, auntie. Xian Yanqing's little face was slightly red as he bowed to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The two elders nodded repeatedly, extremely happy. Haha, this must be sister-in-law. She's truly a national beauty and a rare one in the world. Yan Kuangtu laughed out loud, causing Xian Yanqing's face to turn even redder. Big brother Yan. Lu Ming greeted Yan Kuangtu, Hua Qi, and the others. In the crowd, Bai Qixue looked at Xian Yanqing with a lonely look in her eyes. Is this the woman Lu Ming likes? Back then, in a fit of anger, she caused a great war in 9 dragons. She is truly devastatingly beautiful. Only a woman like her is worthy of Lu Ming. Bai Qixue sighed in her heart and forced a smile on her face. She stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming then introduced Xiao Wan and Mo Yi to Yan Kuangtu and the others. However, Lu Ming had only introduced them by name, and not by their cultivation level. Only Yan Kuangtu could sense Xiao Wan and Mo Yi's cultivation level, and his heart trembled. Father, mother, you should return to your residence first. I still have some matters to attend to with the seniors. I'll come find you later. Lu Ming said. Alright, it's fine. You can go ahead with your work. Lu Yuntian said. Then they went back. Yin Kuang-tu stayed behind. Senior Xia, the Talisman Amulet sect is currently besieged by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The palace master of the Emperor God Divine Palace is an emperor. Do you have the confidence to deal with him? Lu Ming said. Chapter 1176 Taking Charge of the Talisman Amulet Sect. It just so happened that Xiao Wan and Mo were here. It would be best if he could use Xiao Wan to get rid of Martial Emperor Di. Oh. Xiao Wan did not say anything. He stood in the air, his eyes looking to the east as if he was sensing something. In the eastern part of the Talisman Amulet sect, Martial Emperor Di was cultivating in seclusion. At this time he seemed to sense something. His eyes suddenly opened and shot out two extremely bright lights. A shocking aura rose from his body. Who is spying on me? Martial Emperor Di said slowly. Within the Talisman Amulet sect. Boom! Xiao Wan's expression suddenly changed. A powerful aura rose from his body involuntarily, but then he quickly restrained it. What a powerful cultivation! I didn't expect such a person to be born in the East Barren territory. Xiao Wan's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke in a grave tone. Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that Martial Emperor Di was so powerful? Even Xiao Wan was serious. Lu Ming, the Martial Emperor Di you mentioned is very powerful. If I was at my peak I could defeat him, but now I am not his match. Let's not mess with him for the time being. Give me some time and I will not be afraid of him. Xiao Wan spoke slowly, causing the expressions of Lu Ming, Bai Shijin Du Songjue and the others to change. Was Martial Emperor Du really so powerful? Even Xiao Wan had taken this matter so seriously, bluntly saying that he wasn't a match for them. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He knew very well that Xieluan had been suppressed for 30,000 years. Although he had recovered a little, he was far from his peak condition. It was too difficult to recover to his peak condition. Lu Ming, let's go back to Cold Blood Hall and rest for a few days before heading to Northern Plains. If you want to fight in Northern Plains, you can come here in 3 days. Let's go, Xiao Wan said to Lu Ming. Then, he and Mo stepped on the air and returned to Cold Blood Hall through the inter-territory teleportation formation. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Bai Shijin and the rest. He held Xian Yanqing's hand and headed to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's residence. In the next few days, Lu Ming stayed at the Lu family's residence. When he had the time, he would visit Hua Qi and the mystical sword sect. 2 years ago, Lu Ming had left behind a large number of resources. After 2 years, everyone had made great progress. For example, Hua Qi and Pang Shi had both reached the martial king realm. His father, Lu Yuntian, had also become a martial king. Among them, his 2 disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaro, had made the fastest progress. They had already reached the advanced level of the martial king realm. However, this progress was still far from Lu Ming's expectations. This time Lu Ming left more resources for the Lu family, Hua Qi, and the others. There were all sorts of intent crystals, spirit pills, spirit herbs, spirit weapons, and more. 3 days later, Lu Ming, Yin Kuang-tu, and the Talisman Amulet Sect's elders and founding members were gathered in the Talisman Amulet Sect's conference hall. Lu Ming was sitting on the main seat at the top of the hall. This was what Bai Shijin Du Songjue and the others had strongly requested. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation had long entered the spiritual god realm, and had even reached the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. He was already qualified to be in charge of the Talisman Amulet Sect. Therefore, Bai Shijin Du Songjue and the rest strongly requested for Lu Ming to be the head of the sect. In the future, the Talisman Amulet Sect would officially be handed over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a Zongzi to begin with. Zongzi meant that when his cultivation level increased and he was able to take charge, he would be able to succeed the position of sect leader. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation was still lacking, the Talisman Amulet Sect did not have an emperor. Therefore, the conditions were not that high. It was about right. Lu Ming did not reject too much and accepted it calmly. He really needed his own strength now. Seniors, I have already explained the situation in the central continent. Please feel free to speak your mind. Lu Ming said. Oh, Zongzi, we have sealed off the East Continent and been trapped here for years. We know nothing about the situation in the Central Continent. You know better than us. We will listen to you and do whatever you say. Bai Shijin said. This old master also has the same intention. Du Songjue said. Haha, Lu Ming, I'll do whatever you say. I'll fight with you. Yan Kuangtu gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and laughed. And then I'll tell you my thoughts. Right now, the Central Continent is in chaos. All the major forces are fighting and attacking each other. The strong will become stronger while the weak will become weaker. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to take the initiative to attack and increase our strength. Right now, I have formed an alliance with Sovereign Chaotic Heaven, and also with Floating Mountain. Now that Sovereign Chaotic Heaven wants to invade Northern Plains, we cannot miss this opportunity. I plan to gather a group of experts to fight with me. Firstly, we can obtain resources, and secondly, we can temper our slaviers. In the future, after we occupy Northern Plains, we can link up with Northern Plains. That way we can advance and retreat as we wish. What do you think? Lu Ming shared his thoughts. Then we'll do as Zongzi says. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others nodded. Lu Ming, I'll go on an expedition with you. I've been in the Talisman Amulet sect for a few years and I haven't fought anyone. It's really boring. Yan Kuangtu said, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. In the past, Yan Kuangtu was a battle general of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and was a battle fanatic. He had been cooped up in the Talisman Amulet sect for the past few years and it was really unbearable. Now that he heard that he could go to war, he naturally wouldn't miss it. His heart was already itching. I'll also fight with Zongzi. I'll go too. Two patriarchs from the Talisman sect spoke up. One of them was an elder of the puppet sect, Meng Chong. One of them was Jiang Ku, an elder of the Fu sect. The two of them were both supreme martial artists. Good, with the three of you together I can rest assured. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After that, everyone discussed the specific details. In addition to Yan Kuangtu, Meng Chong, and Jiang Ku, the three supreme martial artists, a group of other powerful people had also been transferred to follow Lu Ming on the expedition. Some of the younger generation had also chosen to follow Lu Ming as a form of training. It was very difficult to improve on the path of cultivation if one only cultivated arduously. One needed to take risks and kill in order to make a breakthrough. After the plan was made, the news began to spread. Then, Lu Ming led hundreds of people into the Inter-Territory Teleportation Formation and headed for Cold Blood Hall. The teleportation formation of Cold Blood Hall glowed and Lu Ming appeared. Not long after Lu Ming's appearance, a voice transmission Jade Talisman was sent. Xiao Wan had invited Lu Ming to the conference hall for a discussion. Lu Ming led Yan Kuangtu, Meng Chong, and Jiang Ku to the meeting hall. Xiao Wan, Mo Yi, and some supreme beings from the Myriad Demons Abyss were all present. When some of the supreme beings from the Myriad Demons Abyss saw Lu Ming, they scanned Yan Kuangtu and the others with their spiritual senses. Their eyes flickered slightly. They did not expect that Lu Ming would have a supreme being powerhouse by his side. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. In the past, they had thought that Lu Ming was alone. Now they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming had his own forces. Lu Ming, sit. Xiao Wan pointed at the seat beside him. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xiao Wan. Chapter 1177, Conquering Northern Plains. Let me tell you about the next plan. The Demon God Valley of Northern Plains is the backup plan I left behind. But 30,000 years have passed, and I do not know the exact situation. I will first rush to the Demon God Valley alone and take control of it. Oh, Lu Ming will be in charge of this place. Wait for my news. After I control the Demon God Valley, I will activate the Inter-Territory Teleportation Formation and connect it with Cold Blood Hall. Then, they will take the teleportation formation to Northern Plains. Xiao Wan explained his plan. It was obvious that this plan was the best one at the moment, so no one raised any objections. Alright, since that's the case, I'll cut to the chase. I'll set off immediately. Lu Ming, I'll leave this place to you. Xiao Wan stood up and took a step forward. As he stepped forward, space naturally split open, and Xiaowan's figure disappeared into a spatial rift. After Xiaowan left, Lu Ming made arrangements for the talisman amulet sect. Big Brother Yan, please keep this Emperor Spirit Tower. In front of a courtyard, Lu Ming called out to Yan Kuangtu and handed him a small fiery red pagoda. It was the Emperor's spiritual weapon he had obtained from the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. It was called the Emperor Spirit Tower. Previously, he had lent it to Xiaowan for the time being. After Xiaowan recovered his Emperor cultivation, he returned it to Lu Ming. The Emperor Spirit Tower was a fire attribute treasure with a fire domain. Yan Kuangtu's bloodline was that of the three-legged golden crow. His firepower was unparalleled in the world, so it was the most suitable for Yan Kuangtu to use. It would be even more powerful. This is an Emperor spiritual weapon. Yan Kuangtu's face suddenly changed as he used his telegnosis ability to scan the area. Lu Ming, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Big Brother Yan, do you still need to be so polite with me? Besides, the Emperor Spirit Tower can only unleash its greatest power in your hands now that the war is imminent. It won't be of much use in my hands. Lu Ming pushed the Emperor Spirit Tower and it flew towards Yan Kuangtu. Seeing how determined Lu Ming was, Yan Kuangtu did not decline further and kept the Emperor Spirit Tower. To be honest, the Emperor Spirit Tower was really useful to him. The fire domain on it was helpful to his cultivation and would help him break through to the Emperor realm. Lu Ming, thank you. After Yan Kuangtu kept it, he cupped his fists at Lu Ming solemnly. His expression was rare to see solemnity and seriousness. Haha. Big Brother Yan, I'm not used to seeing you like this. Lu Ming laughed and strode away. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the figure of his second body appeared. An array disc appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he flew to the second body. The second body caught it and started to inscribe inscriptions and arrays with both hands. The second body's Tao of inscription was much stronger than 2 years ago. In an instant, dense inscriptions flew into the array disc. This array disc was the one the profound Sky Saint had given him in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. As long as his second body controlled the array disc, he could enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and obtain the inheritance of the profound Sky Saint. Very soon, the array disc was glowing brightly and formed a huge vortex. He nodded slightly at Lu Ming, then stepped into it and disappeared. After the second body disappeared, the vortex also disappeared. Everything was ready. Lu Ming waited with peace of mind. What was surprising was that not long after, the Floating Mountain sect sent 2 Supremes, saying that they would assist Lu Ming in his battle in Northern Plains. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. With 2 more Supreme Martial Artists, their strength was naturally stronger. Time passed quickly. Soon 2 days had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message from Xiaowan. It was a success. Xiaowan had successfully taken control of the Demon Deity Valley. Everyone in the Demon Deity Valley, including the Emperor, had surrendered to him. Obviously, like the myriad demons abyss, Xiaowan had a backup plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue an overlord so easily. Next, the inter-territory teleportation formations were connected. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army set off. As for Cold Blood Hall, only a few people were left to guard it. More than 100,000 soldiers were teleported to the Demon God Valley through the teleportation formation. Lu Ming was the last group to set off with Yan Kuangtu and the others. Demon God Valley was one of the 5 overlord forces of Northern Plains. It was very powerful and had an emperor overseeing it. It was located in the vast mountains. There were countless valleys of various sizes inside, and demonic energy filled the air, making it suitable for those of the demonic Tao to cultivate. On the second day of Lu Ming's arrival at the Demon God Valley, the army gathered in a huge valley, with Xiaowan and Lu Ming standing at the forefront. Beside them there were 2 other people. One was Mo Yi, and the other was a burly old man called Chu Luo, the emperor of the Demon God Valley. In the valley, the myriad demons abyss, the Demon God Valley, and the talisman sect's experts that Lu Ming had brought with him gathered. Northern Plains has a total of 5 overlord forces. Each of them is very strong. If we want to take down the other 4 overlord forces, we have to strike as fast as lightning. Right now, they still do not know about Demon God Valley. If we wait for them to make sufficient preparations, our battle will become much more difficult. I have discussed with Commander Liu. He and I will each lead an army to attack 2 forces. I will lead the army alone and be in charge of the Golden Wave Cliff and the Light Dragon Pagoda. Commander Liu Mo Chu Luo, you will lead a large army and be in charge of Mountain Piercing Sect and 100 Beast Tribe. Take them down with lightning speed, that way, Northern Plains will be under our control. Xiao Wan announced. Yes. The army received the order. Although the people from the Demon God Valley, Chu Luo, and the others were puzzled as to why Xiao Wan would form an alliance with Lu Ming, they did not ask much. They only had to follow Xiao Wan's orders. Boom! 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 A huge warship appeared in the sky. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan took one warship each and flew in 2 different directions. The first target of Lu Ming's army was the Mountain Piercing Sect. Enemy attack. As they neared the Mountain Piercing Sect, a loud roar could be heard. In the Mountain Piercing Sect, countless rays of light shone as the sect's protective formation rose. Auras burst forth as figures flickered and appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Pangolin sect. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's warship stopped a few thousand miles away from the Pangolin sect. Lu Ming was the first to step out of the ship, followed by the dense army. They stepped out of the warship and appeared in front of the Pangolin sect. Who has come? Die! An angry roar came from within the Pangolin sect. A terrifying aura soared into the sky and suppressed everything within tens of thousands of miles. A tall figure covered in a yellow glow appeared at the front of the Pangolin sect. An emperor. Obviously, this was the emperor of the Mountain Piercing sect. Bang! Bang! Chu Luo and Mo Yi stepped forward and came to the front. The emperor's might bloomed from their bodies and pressed forward. Emperors, 2 emperors. Countless people in the Pangolin sect exclaimed in shock. There were actually 2 emperors gathered outside the Mountain Piercing sect. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. Chapter 1178 Yan Kuang-Tu Fights. Chu Luo, it's you? Why did you bring your men to my Mountain Piercing sect? Oh. The emperor of the Pangolin sect looked at Chu Luo and asked loudly. Emperor Wanshan, I advise you to lead the entire Mountain Piercing sect to surrender. Otherwise, the Mountain Piercing sect will be destroyed today. Tsulua said coldly. Haha, surrender? Don't even think about it, Tsulua. I knew it. You're a wolf with wild ambitions. It's useless even if you get help. At worst, we'll fight to the death today. The Myriad Mountain Emperor let out a mocking laugh. If you don't surrender, then fight. As soon as Tsulua finished speaking, his aura exploded and became even more terrifying. Boom! On the side, Mo Yi also exploded. The might of an emperor was vast and mighty. His demonic chi formed a pillar of demonic chi that shot up into the sky. Boom! Boom! Mo Yi and Tsulua stepped forward at the same time. The earth and sky trembled under their feet. 2 terrifying demonic lights shot toward the Mountain Piercing sect. 2 earth-shaking explosions were heard. The entire Mountain Piercing sect shook violently as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. The Mountain Piercing sect's protective formation trembled madly. Under the bombardment of the 2 demon emperors, it finally could not resist and collapsed. In Northern Plains, there were no cultivators who were skilled in the Tao of inscription, thus, the sect protecting formation was not very strong. Kill. Die. As soon as the formation was broken, the Myriad Mountain Emperor roared and soared into the sky. Countless mountains appeared around him, and there seemed to be hundreds of them. This was the Myriad Mountain Emperor's domain, known as the Myriad Mountain Domain. Wanshan, since you're looking for death, I'll send you on your way. Die. Chu Luo shouted coldly, an endless black demonic light spread out around him. Devil Domain. At the same time, Mo Yi also released his demonic domain, and together with Chu Luo they charged towards Emperor Wanshan. The 3 sovereigns immediately began an intense battle in the sky. A terrifying fluctuation was emitted in the sky. This Tsuluo is so strong. He's even slightly stronger than Mo Yi. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chu Luo's combat strength was slightly stronger than Mo Ye's, so he was able to gain the upper hand in just a few moves. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the army moved out, charging towards the pangolin sect. Kill! The disciples of the mountain-piercing sect also rushed out. The two sides engaged in an intense battle. Buzz! Beside Lu Ming, a fiery red ray of light shot out. It was Yan Kuangtu, who had his eyes on one of the supreme beings. It was a 3-meter-tall man with bulging muscles. His entire body was emitting an earthy yellow light. He also stared at Yan Kuangtu. Kill! The other party shouted, and a broad axe appeared in his hand, which he swung towards Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu's body was covered in flames as he threw a punch. Boom! The flaming fist accurately hit the broad axe. The broad axe shook violently, and the tall and burly figure of the other party also shook violently, then retreated madly. Kill! Yan Kuangtu's combat strength was unrivaled. Terrifying flames spread towards Lu Ming as he continued to bombard him with punches. The other party tried his best to block, but with every move he blocked, he would be forced back a few steps. After a few moves, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. They were both supreme martial artists, but how could Yan Kuangtu's battle prowess be so strong? Explode! He shouted as he executed the bloodline fusion. However, what awaited him was an even more violent storm of attacks from Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu turned into a 3-legged golden crow. He flapped his wings and appeared in front of his opponent. He grabbed with his claws and broke the bloodline fusion. Then his wings were like flaming heavenly blades, cutting his opponent's body in half. Even the spirit god could not escape. A supreme martial artist had been killed just like that, shocking everyone in the surroundings. Kill! After that, Yan Kuangtu turned his attention to another supreme martial artist and charged towards him. Join hands, let's join hands! The supreme martial artist shouted and joined forces with another supreme martial artist to fight Yan Kuangtu, but they were still falling. A few years ago, during the Battle of 9 Dragons, Yan Kuangtu was able to fight against 3 supreme masters alone. Several years had passed, and although Yan Kuangtu hadn't broken through to the Emperor realm, he had made great progress. His battle prowess was much stronger than before, and he could easily suppress 2 supreme martial artists. In the end, another supreme martial artist joined the battle and barely managed to stop Yan Kuangtu. What a powerful paragon! In the myriad demons abyss, the supremes from the demon god valley who had followed them here were all secretly shocked by the scene. They were shocked by Yan Kuangtu's strength, but they also knew that the force behind Lu Ming could not be underestimated. With Yan Kuangtu fighting several great masters alone, the others were much more relaxed. Originally, the number of supreme beings on Lu Ming's side was more than the mountain-piercing sects. As a result, it was completely one-sided. The essence realm of the earth. There are many people in the mountain-piercing sect who cultivate the essence realm of the earth. There are also other essences. Lu Ming's eyes started to shine. Unlike Cold Blood Hall, the mountain-piercing sect cultivated only one intent realm. Although the main cultivation realm of the mountain-piercing sect was the mountain and earth intent realm, there were many who cultivated other types of intent realms. Fire concept, water concept, thunder concept, wind concept. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure dashed out like a flash of light and appeared beside the pangolin sect's powerhouses who had died in battle. The devouring power burst out and devoured the other party's intent runes and blood essence. Refine, refine. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodlines and began to refine them frantically. At the same time, his figure flickered and he rushed to another place. Every time he devoured, he would sense it and feel that the other's intent realm was in line with his. Only then would he start devouring. As he devoured and refined the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming's 5 intents began to improve slowly. A paragon's corpse. Finally, Lu Ming came to a supreme being's corpse. It was the supreme being that Yan Kuangtu had killed. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and used his essential core to draw out 9 drops of blood essence that looked like resplendent blood-colored gemstones. He then stored them in the jade bottle. I need to get more blood essence of a supreme martial artist. Lu Ming's eyes darted around. It was too difficult for him to improve his bloodline now. Previously, when he refined a supreme blood essence, his 9-dragon bloodline did not improve at all. It was still at the 8th level of the divine level. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that his bloodline was improving after refining the supreme blood essence, and was approaching the 9th level of the divine level. This meant that the supreme being's blood essence was still very useful. He only needed a small amount. As long as he had enough supreme blood essence, his bloodline would advance sooner or later. Boom! All of a sudden, the mountain rocks beneath Lu Ming's feet shook and a stone spear condensed. The sharp spear thrust out from under Lu Ming's feet, aiming for his throat. Sneak attack. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He did not dodge or evade. His neck trembled slightly, and the 5-colored concept levered around him. He used the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and a powerful force burst out. Bang! The stone spear immediately crumbled. Lu Ming had long cultivated the prison-suppressing heaven technique to the point that he could attack every part of his body. He could even attack the throat. It was very powerful. Attack as defense. Lu Ming's goal. Not far away, an expert of the mountain-piercing sect was shocked. Oh, kill! Lu Ming's killing intent exploded. He took a step forward and charged towards the pangolin sect powerhouse. This person had a cultivation of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he did not even last 2 moves before his defense was broken by Lu Ming and his heart was pierced. A one-shot kill. After killing this person, Lu Ming continued to look for a target to devour. The battle was extremely intense. The experts of the mountain-piercing sect fell like raindrops. As Lu Ming devoured, he kept the storage ring. As time passed, Lu Ming had devoured the essence of heaven and earth from dozens of spiritual god realm powerhouses. It's enough, it's enough. Spirit god experts all have very strong self-consciousness. If I absorb too much, even after refining it, it will be very impure and affect my foundation. I need time to polish it. Lu Ming's figure moved and he retreated to the outside of the battlefield, back to the warship. Xian Yanqing wasn't on the warship. He was fighting outside to train himself. Lu Ming asked Meng Chong and Jiang Ku to protect Xian Yanqing in secret in case anything happened to him. Lu Ming stood on the warship, refining the concept runes that he had devoured while observing the situation of the battle. In the sky, the myriad mountain emperor was completely suppressed by Chu Luo and Mo Yi. He was already injured and his defeat was set in stone. It was the same for the battlefields below the emperor level. The mountain-piercing sect was powerless to turn the situation around. Wanshan, just surrender. Don't make any pointless struggles. Chu Luo said coldly. Don't even think about it. Unless you kill me today, don't even think about having a good time. Emperor of Myriad Mountains roared with a cold killing intent. He began to charge, planning to escape. As long as he escaped, he would definitely take revenge in the future. The revenge of an emperor was terrifying. As long as the emperor was not here, no one would be his opponent. Then I'll kill you today. Chu Luo revealed a strong killing intent, and so did Mo Yi. They used all their strength, determined to kill Emperor Wanshan. Clang! At this moment, a fiery red light bloomed from below, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. While Yen Kuangtu was fighting the 3 great supremes, the Emperor's spirit tower emerged above his head. It trembled slightly and a ring of fire domain spread out. The 3 supreme beings of the pangolin sect were hit by the Imperial Spirit Tower's territory. Their faces turned pale as they spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. An Emperor's spiritual weapon! One of the supreme beings shouted in shock. Kill! Yin Kuangtu took out his Emperor Spirit Tower, and his combat strength was raised to a terrifying level. He stepped forward, and his Emperor Spirit Tower enlarged, suppressing one of the supreme beings. No! The Supreme Being was locked down by the power of the Emperor Spirit Tower and could not escape. He could only resist passively. Bang! The Supreme Being was completely defenseless under the suppression of the Emperor Spirit Tower. He was torn into pieces and died on the spot. After killing one Supreme Being, Yin Guangtu moved on to kill another Supreme Being. The remaining two Supreme Beings' expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to fight and retreated frantically. Yin Guangtu stared at one of them and chased after him. Finally, he caught up and killed him. Blood essence of a Supreme Being. Lu Ming moved again. He rushed toward the Supreme Being's corpse to collect the blood essence. Of course, he wasn't going to let go of the Supreme Being's storage ring either. He planned to give it to Yin Guangtu after he kept it. Oh! Lu Ming had collected the blood essence of the two Supreme Beings killed by Yin Guangtu. He had also collected the blood essence of the other Supreme Being who had been killed by others. As Lu Ming was the commander, the people on his side naturally would not stop him. As for the Pangolin sect, they were busy with their own affairs. Naturally, no one stopped Lu Ming. Devouring a portion of true Yuan energy, Lu Ming cast the devouring power and devoured the vital essence energy of a few 8th and 9th level spiritual God realm experts. Then, he returned to the warship and continued to refine. His intent realm was improving, so his cultivation base could naturally improve as well. As the energy continued to be refined and transformed into essential core, Lu Ming began to break through to the 5th level of the spiritual God realm. Boom! 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 His true qi was boiling and surging, causing thousands of waves as it continuously attacked the bottleneck. At this moment, the battle between the emperors in the sky was even more intense. The Myriad Mountain Sovereign tried his best to escape, but he was attacked with all his might by Chu Luo and Mo Yi. At this moment, the Myriad Mountain Sovereign was already severely injured. His body was almost split open, and he was covered in blood, making him look like a blood man. You can't kill me! Explode! The Wanshan Emperor's eyes were filled with madness. His Wanshan territory burst forth, and his spirit body glowed. With a loud roar, his body was really about to split apart. At the same time, his territory exploded crazily, and a terrifying power swept towards Tsulua and Mo Yi. This lunatic! Tsulua and Mo Yi roared in anger. The Myriad Mountain Emperor was using a self-mutilating method to block them, trying to buy himself a chance to escape. It was too difficult to kill an emperor who was trying to escape. Buzz! After blocking Chu Luo and Mo Yi, the Wanshan Emperor took this opportunity to escape. However, at this moment, a fiery red giant pagoda shot out from the sky and suppressed Emperor Wanshan. It was Yin Guangtu. At the critical moment, he rushed over with the Emperor Spirit Tower and attacked Emperor Wanshan. Damn it, it's an Emperor weapon. Die! Emperor Wanshan roared and struck out with both hands, hitting the Emperor Spirit Tower. The tower shook violently, and Yin Guangtu was forced to retreat. But in the end, he still managed to block Emperor Wanshan. Yin Guangtu's cultivation was already extremely close to the martial royal realm. With the addition of his king's spiritual weapon, his combat strength could barely contend with a king. With this short delay, Chu Luo and Mo Yi had already arrived. Wanshan, your fate has already been decided. Die! Tsulua shouted and joined hands with Mo Yi, unleashing a terrifying attack that enveloped Emperor Wanshan. Clang! Yin Guangtu controlled the Emperor Spirit Tower and charged toward Emperor of Mountains again. The heavily injured Wanshan Emperor was surrounded by 3 experts and could no longer escape. The Emperor's blood splattered across the firmament. In the end, the Myriad Mountain Emperor was killed by 3 powerful experts and fell in the sky above the mountain-piercing sect. The Emperor of a generation had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was still shocked. So what if he was an emperor? So what if he dominated the Divine Wilderness continent? Didn't he still fall? And this was the Divine Wilderness mainland, the overseas mainland, the larger mainland, and even the center of the primordial realm. The Yuan continent was more dangerous, with more powerful cultivators. Even with the cultivation of an emperor, they could die if they moved, unable to protect them Slaviers. Becoming an emperor is not my end. I need to climb to a higher realm. Otherwise, I can't even protect myself, let alone my family. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His heart and his vision had become higher. In the past, his goal had been to break through to the emperor realm and kill Di. But now, his goal was not limited to the emperor. His goal was to become a saint or even a saint. Perhaps only by reaching a cultivation level that could dominate the primordial realm could one truly control their own fate and protect their family. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Oh, the emperor is dead. The old ancestor has fallen. The mountain-piercing sect's disciples and elders cried out when they saw this scene. Some of them were terrified while others were sorrowful. 5th level spiritual god realm. The myriad mountain emperor is dead. Why are you still not surrendering? Oh. Sulua stood high in the sky and looked down. His voice spread throughout the mountain-piercing sect, and the vast emperor's pressure covered the mountain-piercing sect, making it hard for people to breathe. I surrender. I'm willing to surrender. I also surrender. After the emperor was killed, many disciples and powerhouses of the mountain-piercing sect finally lost the courage to fight and surrendered. You traitors, have you forgotten the emperor's kindness to you? There were also people who were more unyielding and would rather die than surrender, so they were naturally killed on the spot. This was war, and no one would be soft-hearted. Seeing this, more people from the mountain-piercing sect surrendered. Next, they tidied up the battlefield and made arrangements for the aftermath. Lu Ming did not participate. He sat cross-legged on the warship and focused on refining the concept runes and energy to break through to the next realm. Boom! Not long after, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body and soared into the sky, attracting many gazes. You've broken through. Sulua and Mo Yi, and the other powerhouses looked at Lu Ming with shock in their eyes. He had only wandered around the battlefield once, and his cultivation had actually broken through. Furthermore, he had actually broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual god realm at such a young age. This was truly shocking. Lu Ming's aura burst out, but he retracted it in the next moment. However, he did not end his cultivation. Instead, he continued to refine the concept runes that he had devoured. He had devoured the intent runes of dozens of experts. They were at least at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm and above. His comprehension of the heaven and earth intent realm was very profound. Lu Ming would have to put in a lot of effort to refine them. Half an hour later, the battlefield had been tidied up, and the army had gathered, ready to fight the next force, the 100 Beasts tribe. Speed was of paramount importance in war, so they had to set off immediately. At this moment, Lu Ming had finished his refinement. He stood up and went to the front of the army. Let's go to the 100 Beasts tribe. Lu Ming gave the order. The army once again boarded the warships, and they set off for the 100 Beasts tribe. As for those from the mountain-piercing sect who had surrendered, they had all been engraved with formations in their sea of consciousness. They would follow them to fight against the 100 Beasts tribe, leaving only a few people behind to guard the main headquarters of the mountain-piercing sect. The warship broke through the air and flew toward the 100 Beasts tribe at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in one of the rooms on the warship and continued to refine the concept runes. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The warship was already approaching the 100 Beasts tribe. At this moment, Lu Ming had finally refined all the intent runes that he had devoured. The wind, fire, thunder, and water concepts have all reached the upper tier of level 4. The earth concept has also reached the peak of the lower tier of level 4. It's only one step away from the upper tier of level 4. My cultivation has also increased to the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. The increase this time is really huge. However, I've increased too quickly and am now filled with impurities. My foundation is not stable and I can't continue to devour and increase my cultivation in a short period of time. I need to polish and stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. At the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, coupled with the great progress of the intent realm of heaven and earth, Lu Ming's combat strength had also improved greatly. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the room. He came to the deck of the warship and looked into the distance. In front of him, tens of thousands of miles away, countless sharp towers appeared. These sharp towers were all made of stone and stood on the vast grassland like sharp spikes. This was the 100 Beasts tribe. It could be said that it was the strongest tribe in northern plains, an ancient tribe with a long history. Every single spire was glowing. The light from every spire gathered together and formed a large formation that enveloped the 100 Beasts tribe. Countless figures appeared in the 100 Beasts tribe. Some rode on war beasts and floated in the air, while others stood on the ground and formed battle formations. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they were all very strong, burly, and full of valiance. It was obvious that the 100 Beasts tribe had already received the news of the battle at the mountain-piercing sect, and had made preparations in advance. The warship stopped. Lu Ming and the rest flew out of the warship and stopped in front of the 100 Beasts tribe. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying auras burst forth. Chu Luo and Mo Yi stepped out, and their emperors might spread out towards the 100 Beasts tribe. At this time an aura also rose up from the 100 Beasts tribe. A burly middle-aged man stepped out and floated in the air. His body exuded a shocking aura. Without a doubt, this was an emperor, the leader of the 100 Beasts tribe, the barbarian emperor. Chu Luo, it's really you, but I don't think you have such a big appetite. First, you destroyed the mountain-piercing sect, and now you've come to my 100 Beasts tribe. It seems that you're a man of the chaotic heavens, divine warrior, the barbarian emperor said. Earlier, Xiaowan had also led his army to attack the other forces. It was obvious that the barbarian emperor already knew of their origins. Barbarian emperor, since you already know, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you will end up like the mountain-piercing sect. Chu Luo said coldly. Haha, the 100 Beasts tribe has existed for countless years. We have never surrendered before a battle. If you want to attack us, then let's fight. The barbarian emperor laughed, his voice incomparably domineering. With that, a glistening yellow staff appeared above the barbarian emperor's head. It floated above the barbarian emperor's head and grew rapidly, emitting shocking fluctuations. Emperor spiritual weapon. You also have an emperor spiritual weapon. Chu Luo and Mo Yi exclaimed at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, there were a total of 4 king spiritual weapons. He had obtained one, while Yang Patian, Tuoba Shi, and Wuliang Monk had each obtained one. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and indeed, he saw Tuoba Shi in front of the 100 Beasts tribe. Tuoba Shi came from the 100 Beasts tribe, so he must have obtained this emperor spiritual weapon from the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Let's fight. Even if the 100 Beast tribe is defeated, you won't have an easy time. The barbarian emperor's eyes revealed a malevolent expression. Chu Luo and Mo Yi's expressions were grave. The barbarian emperor's combat strength was already very strong, even slightly stronger than Chu Luo's. With the addition of the emperor's spiritual weapon, his combat strength was even stronger. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to win. Even with the addition of Yan Kuangtu, whose combat strength had barely reached the emperor realm, it was still hard to say. Even if they could win, if the barbarian emperor risked his life, it was not impossible for him to drag them down with him. Even if they could win this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. However, at this point he had no choice but to fight. Barbarian emperor, since you're so stubborn, we can only fight and destroy your 100 Beasts tribe. Chu Luo spoke and stepped forward, his fighting intent even stronger. Wait a moment. At this moment Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Chu Luo frowned and glanced at Lu Ming, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. But at the thought of Xiaowan's words, he held back and stopped in his tracks. Lu Ming stepped out and came to the front. Most of the people from the 100 Beast tribe were looking at Lu Ming. They were secretly surprised. They did not know Lu Ming's background. He could actually make an emperor listen to his orders. A wait a minute was heard, stopping one of the emperors. Lu Ming, it's him. In the 100 Beasts tribe, Tuoba Shi recognized Lu Ming. Chapter 1181, Betting on One Move. What? He's Lu Ming? Oh. So this person is Lu Ming, the one who defeated the paragons in the central continent's holy city. Tuoba Shur's words shocked everyone from the 100 Beasts tribe. Back then, in the battle of the million-year sacrificial ceremony in the ancient Saint dynasty, Lu Ming had defeated the prodigies of the big shots in succession. His name had long shaken the divine wilderness continent, and he was regarded as a peerless genius, second only to Long Chan. He did not expect to see Lu Ming here. At this moment, not only Chu Luo, Mo Yi and the rest, but even the people from the 100 Beasts tribe were curious. They did not know why Lu Ming had stopped Chu Luo. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 100 Beasts tribe and finally landed on the barbarian emperor. He said in a clear voice, "The 100 Beasts tribe has a long history. Wouldn't it be a pity if it was destroyed? Barbarian emperor, why don't I make a bet with you?" Bet. Many people were surprised. Bet? How to bet? You want to bet with me? Bet on what? How do we bet? The barbarian emperor asked. Let's bet on the problem between us and the 100 Beasts tribe. If I win, the 100 Beasts tribe must surrender unconditionally. If I lose, I'll take my men and leave, never stepping foot in the 100 Beasts tribe's territory again. Lu Ming said. These words made everyone's heart tremble. This was a huge gamble. A gamble on the fate of the 100 Beasts tribe. How should we bet? The barbarian emperor asked again. It's simple. Tuoba Shur is a peerless Heaven's Pride expert with unparalleled combat strength. This bet is on me and Tuoba Shur's battle, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, let's not bet on this. I know your combat strength is high and I'm not your match. Before Lu Ming could finish, Tuoba Shur interrupted him. That's right, Lu Ming. I can tell that your cultivation has reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Tuoba Shur is no match for you, the barbarian emperor said. The 100 Beasts tribe and Tuoba Shur were shocked by his words. This was especially so for Tuoba Shur. He was very clear that back in the holy city, Lu Ming was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming had already entered the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. This was too terrifying and abnormal. You two, let me finish. What I mean is that in my battle with Tuoba Shur, I will suppress my realm to the same level as him. Tuoba Shur's current cultivation should be at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, so I will also suppress my realm to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Moreover, the bet is only one move. I will defeat Tuoba Shur in one move. If I can't defeat Tuoba Shur in one move, I will lose this battle, Lu Ming said. Everyone was shocked by his words. Defeating Tuoba Shur in one move at the same cultivation level? How was that possible? What? You suppressed your realm to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm and defeated me with one move? Tuoba Shur widened his eyes and glared at Lu Ming with a look of fury. This was an insult to him. That's right. Tuoba Shur, do you dare? Lu Ming said. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Ming, I promise to fight you. No one at the same level as me can defeat me in one move. Tuoba Shur strode forward, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Lu Ming. That's right. Tuoba Shur did not believe that anyone in the world could defeat him in one move. It was impossible. Long Chan was able to defeat him in one move during the Battle of the Holy City, because Long Chen's realm was higher than his. At that time, Tuoba Shur had just reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, while Long Chen was definitely at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, or even stronger. He was also very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. When Lu Ming fought with Darkchild back then, it was rather difficult. He had to fight many moves before he could defeat Darkchild. Tuoba Shur's combat strength wasn't any weaker than Yang Potion's. Yang Patian was ranked 3rd among the 5 overlords of Central Continent. Even if he was weaker than Darkchild, he was only a little weaker. And now, Tuoba Shur was even stronger. Furthermore, he had recently achieved a breakthrough in one of his secret skills, which was more towards defense. Tuoba Shur had always been inclined towards defense. Even Yang Potion's spatial intent couldn't break through his defense. Now that his defense was even stronger, his confidence had increased greatly, and he thought that he could suppress Yang Patian. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lu Ming when they were at the same level. Now Lu Ming actually said that he would defeat him in one move. This was an insult to him and it made him furious. Patriarch, let him fight me. We'll bet on this. I'll make them withdraw their troops. Tuobashir looked at the barbarian emperor. The barbarian emperor frowned slightly. He felt that Lu Ming was a mystery. However, he had the same thoughts as Tuobashir. In the history of the 100 Beasts tribe, Tuobashir's talent was extremely rare. He was much stronger than when he was young. He did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Tuobashir in one move when they were at the same level. Alright, I'll bet with you on this battle, the barbarian emperor said after a moment of silence. Alright, barbarian emperor, let's make a blood oath. After all, this is a matter of great importance. It would be bad if one of us reneges later. Lu Ming said. But I want to know if you can make the decision. If you agree and they go back on their word, what then? The barbarian emperor looked at Chu Luo and Mo Yi. I am the supreme commander. I have full authority to make decisions now. Lu Ming said. The barbarian emperor and the others were shocked by his words. Lu Ming was actually the supreme commander, leading a large army, including the emperor. It was somewhat unbelievable. Commander, please reconsider. Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the others spoke to Lu Ming telepathically. They had heard of Tuobashir's name before. It was hard for them to believe that Lu Ming could defeat Tuobashir in one move when they were at the same level. No need to say anything, I have my own plans. Lu Ming waved his hand and interrupted Chu Luo and the rest. Seeing this, the barbarian emperor set his mind at ease and took a blood oath with Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was defeated, they would retreat. If Lu Ming won, the 100 Beast tribe would surrender unconditionally. Patriarch, what if Lu Ming really wins? A supreme being from the 100 Beast tribe sent a worried message to the barbarian emperor. I've also considered this matter. Now that the world is in chaos, all the major forces are at war with each other. No force can stay out of it and will be implicated. The war will come sooner or later. If it's not handled well, there will be a disaster of extermination. If Lu Ming can really defeat Tuobashir in one move, it will prove that he is extremely talented. His future will be limitless. If he doesn't die, it's very possible that he will dominate the divine wilderness in the future. It might not be a bad choice for us to join him. The barbarian emperor secretly transmitted his thoughts to the supreme being. As the barbarian emperor, he had lived for a long time. Naturally, he would not agree to the bet with Lu Ming just because of a moment of rashness. He had considered it carefully. In fact, Lu Ming had already considered this. His current cultivation level was still weak. If he only relied on his cultivation level, it would be impossible for him to intimidate the others. Therefore, he had to show his advantage. His advantage was his talent and his age. He was still young and was at the golden stage of a martial artist. His future was limitless. Only by displaying his amazing talent would these big shots be intimidated and be willing to join him. Just like how Xiao Wan had formed an alliance with him, it was also because of this that he valued him. Lu Ming, let's fight. Tuobashir stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Ming. A huge mace appeared in his hand, and his aura rose like an enraged savage beast. He glared at Lu Ming. Defeated in one move, unifying Northern Plains. Pay attention. Oh, let's go, Lu Ming said as the aura on his body rose. It stopped when Lu Ming's aura rose to the third level of the spiritual god realm. He suppressed his cultivation to the third level of the spiritual god realm, the same realm as Tuobashir. Groan! Groan! A dragon's roar rang out from within Lu Ming's body. Dragon energy burst out one after another. A purple glow spread across Lu Ming's skin as his muscles bulged, filled with explosive power. Tuobashir's expression turned serious. Not daring to be negligent, he raised his cultivation to the maximum. At the same time, a bloodline appeared above his head. Tuobashir's bloodline was a stone. To be precise, it was a stone as large as a mountain. It was crystal clear like a huge diamond. Tuobashir used his bloodline fusion and turned into a huge stone. His voice came from within. Lu Ming, come on. His voice was filled with confidence. At that moment he had performed the blood meridian fusion. Putting everything else aside, he was confident that no one in his generation could beat him in terms of defense. He did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat him in one move. Haha, he's definitely going to win. Lu Ming can't possibly break Tuobasher's defense. He's too confident. Overconfidence is arrogance. The people of the 100 Beasts tribe were all overjoyed. Fight! The third bloodline emerged above Lu Ming's head. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was filled with endless killing intent. A wisp of energy from the third blood meridian gushed into Lu Ming's body, and he was enveloped in a layer of blood-red light. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the power he borrowed from the third bloodline also increased and became stronger. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch at Tuobasher. One could vaguely see the shadow of the prison-guarding steel on the fist, which gave off a heaven-suppressing aura. At the spine, the fragment of the prison-guarding steel trembled slightly, making the power of the prison-guarding heavenly technique reach its maximum. This! Lu Ming threw a punch and the expressions of the 100 Beasts tribe powerhouses changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's punch was too terrifying and shocking. Block it! Tuobasher could also feel the terrifying power of this punch. Before the punch even arrived, the powerful pressure already made his heart tremble. His bloodline trembled, and a layer of light appeared, increasing his defense. Boom! Finally, Lu Ming's punch landed on Tuobasher's blood meridian. The light screen trembled violently and broke as the fist landed on Tuobasher's bloodline. A deafening sound rang out, and the space shattered like a spider web. Gotcha! Compared to Tuobasher's bloodline, Lu Ming's fist was very small. However, wherever his fist landed, Tuobasher's bloodline emitted a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the huge diamond-like rock. In an instant, the crack expanded rapidly and finally exploded. Tuobasher's original body was revealed among the rubble. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a cannonball and fell to the ground in an arc. Boom! Tuobasher fell to the ground and only managed to get up after a long while. The entire place was silent. You won. Chu Luo Emoyi, and the others muttered to themselves, their eyes filled with shock. Emoyi had been cultivating in the myriad demons abyss for many years, and didn't know much about the geniuses in the outside world. However, when Tuobasher unleashed his bloodline, it was a 9th-level divine bloodline, which was even higher than his talent when he was young. He had such amazing talent, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Moreover, they were of the same level. This caused him to be greatly shocked. He was defeated? How could this be? The people of the 100 Beasts tribe also looked at this scene in shock, unable to say a word for a while. The peerless Heaven's favorite of the 100 Beasts tribe, a Heaven's favorite that only appeared once in 100,000 years, someone who was seen as the future Heaven's favorite of the 100 Beasts tribe, had actually been defeated by someone of the same level in one move. This was hard to believe and hard to accept. They looked at Lu Ming and then at Tuobasher in a daze, as if they were in a dream. He's been defeated. Tuobasher stood up and spoke with difficulty. There was a dejected look in his eyes. He was actually defeated by Lu Ming in one move when they were at the same level. As proud as he was, it was hard for him to accept this. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Compared to the battle at the Holy City, Lu Ming was much stronger. Was Long Chun, who was known as the #1 expert in the world, still a match for Lu Ming? Not only was Tuobasher shocked, but the barbarian emperor was also extremely shocked. This kid is unbelievable, unbelievable. The barbarian emperor's eyes flickered as he thought of a sentence. Barbarian emperor, I've already won. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, right? Lu Ming's gaze turned to the barbarian emperor. Don't worry, the people of the 100 Beasts tribe always keep our word. Since you've won, then the 100 Beasts tribe will surrender. The barbarian emperor's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. The people of the 100 Beasts tribe sighed, but no one spoke. Indeed, the people of the 100 Beasts tribe were true to their words. Moreover, they also understood that if they were to fight today, the 100 Beasts tribe would not be able to escape the fate of destruction, just like the mountain-piercing sect. But at this moment the barbarian emperor's tone changed. His gaze swept across Chu Luo Mo Yi and the others before landing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the 100 Beasts tribe will only surrender to you and no one else. Chu Luo and Mo Ye's expressions changed at this. The barbarian emperor's meaning was very clear. He only wanted to surrender to Lu Ming and not to anyone else, not to Xiao Wan. Alright, I'll be the commander, so you'll naturally surrender to me. Lu Ming grinned. This was the result he wanted. If the 100 Beasts tribe surrendered to him, they would be considered his power. In the future they would definitely stand on his side. In this way, his strength would truly surge, and he would be able to stand on equal footing with Xia Luan. Brother Tuoba, I apologize for my offense earlier. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Tuoba Shi. Brother Lu's talent is something I'm ashamed of. Tuoba Shi sighed and shook his head, but his eyes were filled with admiration. After that, the 100 Beasts tribe kept their formation and held a ceremony to surrender Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming received news that Xiao Wan had also been successfully taken down. On Xiao Wan's side, one was exterminated while the other surrendered. One of the overlords refused to surrender, and its emperor was personally killed by Xiao Wan. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Xiao Wan's combat strength was truly astonishing. He could kill an emperor on his own, and that was before he had fully recovered. He wondered how powerful he would be if he had recovered to his peak. At this point, the strength of the 5 overlords of Northern Plains had either been destroyed or surrendered, not to mention the other small forces, they all surrendered. Northern Plains was basically unified. Several days later, the news of Northern Plains being unified spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent, shocking the world. Although the Central Continent heroes were shocked, they had no time to care about anything else. The battle in the Central Continent was even more intense. The major forces were busy with their own affairs. The Imperial Xia family and the heaven-suppressing Divine Legion had been fighting fiercely in the geocentric sea in the Central Continent. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The remaining overlord forces that did not participate in the alliance were also in a chaotic battle. Only the Eastern Barren Territory, the Southern Nether, and the Western Desert were peaceful. Refining the blood essence of a supreme being. In a secret chamber in the Demon God Valley, Lu Ming sat cross-legged with a jade bottle in his hand. There were 9 blood essences in the bottle that looked like blood diamonds. Oh! This was the blood essence of a supreme martial artist. It had been 7 days since the 100 Beasts tribe surrendered. In 7 days, almost everything had been arranged. Moreover, the demonic qi in the Demon God Valley was abundant, which was conducive to Xian Yanqing's cultivation. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing came to the Demon God Valley to guard it, while Xiao Wan led a group of people to guard the 100 Beasts tribe. Moreover, Lu Ming had already linked the Talisman Amulet sect's inter-territory teleportation formation with the teleportation formations of the major forces in Northern Plains. Now, the Talisman Amulet sect could move freely and could teleport to Northern Plains at any time. These few days, many people from Talisman sect had been sent to Northern Plains for training and tempering. After making all the arrangements, Lu Ming planned to start his closed-door cultivation. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. It opened its mouth and sucked in a drop of supreme blood essence. Then it began to refine it. It would be much easier to devour a drop of supreme blood essence, unlike the last time when he almost burst his 9-dragon bloodline. A few hours later, a drop of supreme being blood essence was refined. Lu Ming continued to devour another drop. One drop after another, in less than 2 days, all 9 drops of blood essence had been refined. The bloodline of the 9 dragons hasn't advanced yet. Lu Ming was speechless. In total, he had refined the blood essence of 2 supremes, some perfected spiritual god, 9th tier, and 8th tier spiritual god, but his 9-dragon bloodline had not improved. The difficulty of raising one's level to divine level 9 was truly too astonishing. The 8 golden chakra rings around the 9-dragon bloodline shone brilliantly. Lu Ming could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the 9th level divine level bloodline. I don't believe it, continue. Lu Ming took out another jade bottle. There were still 9 drops of supreme blood essence in it. Lu Ming continued to refine. In the tallest stone tower in the 100 Beast tribe, Xiao Wan sat on the top, and below him sat the 2 sovereigns Chu Luo and Mo Yi. Ancestor Devil Lu Ming's influence is getting bigger and bigger. The barbarian emperor of the 100 Beast tribe has directly said that he will only surrender to Lu Ming and obey his orders. In addition, he has allied with the Floating Mountain sect and the Talisman Amulet sect. The future is not good for us, Chu Luo said to Xiao Wan. That's right. Furthermore, Lu Ming has shocking talent and is improving at an abnormal speed. I'm afraid he'll be able to reach the Emperor realm within 20 years. Once he reaches the Emperor realm, I'm afraid it'll affect your authority and prestige, Ancestor Devil. Mo Yi also spoke. With a smile on his face, Xiao Wan raised his wine cup and slowly sipped. After Chu Luo and Mo Yi finished speaking, Xiao Wan smiled faintly and said, "Your vision is still too narrow, too short-sighted." What? Chu Luo and Mo Yi were both stunned and confused. Mo Yi, as you all know, Lu Ming has unparalleled talent. In the history of the Divine Wilderness continent, he is rarely seen. With such talent, what do you think his future will be like? As long as this kid doesn't die, his future will be unpredictable, Chu Luo said after a moment of thought. Mo Yi also nodded. That's right. Lu Ming's talent is far inferior to mine when I was young. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about him is that I can't see through him at all. This child's first bloodline is the 9 Dragons bloodline. It's needless to say that it's one of the legendary top 10 battle beasts with endless potential. But this kid's second bloodline is even more amazing. It's the prison guarding steel. You might not have heard of it, but I've read about it in an ancient book overseas. It seems to have a shocking background. I can't see through this kid's third bloodline at all. I don't have a clue at all. However, I feel that it's unfathomable. It's as if there's an unimaginable and extraordinary power hidden within. That's why I formed an alliance with him. If he goes to the Yuan continent in the future, there is a high possibility that he will join those big sections. Then, in the future, he will probably recommend us to join those big sections. You are all emperors. When you pursue higher realms, you must look far ahead. Xiao Wan explained his thoughts in detail. It's actually so shocking. The fiend ancestor's vision is far beyond us. Tsulua and Mo Yi's eyes were filled with shock after hearing this. They only knew that Lu Ming was very talented, but he did not have as deep and far-reaching vision as Xiaolan. If they could join a big sect in the Yuan continent, it would be a fatal temptation for them. The reason why the central continent was in chaos and the war was all because of a Heavenly King token, a token that allowed one to join the Sky King Hall, a major power of the Yuan continent. Therefore, the higher Lu Ming's talent is, the better it is. If he can break through to the Emperor's position one day, what's wrong with me helping him wholeheartedly? In the future, you must all wholeheartedly listen to his orders, understand? Xiao Wan warned. Yes, don't worry, fiend ancestor. Tsulua and Mo Yi nodded. Yes, Tsula. Return to the Demon God Valley and help Lu Ming guard it, Xiao Wan ordered. Naturally, Lu Ming did not know about this incident. He had been refining the supreme blood essence for several days. Lu Ming refined the blood essence of 2 supremes in a row. However, his 9 dragon bloodline still did not advance. It remained at level 8 divine level. Lu Ming had already refined the blood essence of 4 supreme martial artists. Just how much supreme blood essence is needed to advance? Lu Ming sighed and was somewhat speechless. Now he had refined all the supreme martial artist's blood essence in his hands. Forget it. I'll slowly improve in the future. Lu Ming was helpless. He could only put aside the matter of the blood meridian and start to polish his conception and condense his essential core. After the battle at the Mountain Piercing sect, Lu Ming had improved a lot, especially his concepts. All 5 of his concepts had improved by a large margin. He needed time to slowly polish them and stabilize his foundation. Time flew by and 2 months passed in a flash. After spending 2 months, Lu Ming's foundation was finally completely stable and impregnable. In the past 2 months, the outside world had not changed much. Central Continent was still in the midst of a huge battle. There were no signs of it stopping. On a mountain peak in the Demon God Valley, there was a stone table. Lu Ming and the barbarian emperor sat opposite each other. Lu Ming was seeking guidance from the barbarian emperor. The barbarian emperor had also cultivated the earth mentality. Of course, the barbarian emperor had already transformed the earth mentality into the earth domain, so his comprehension of the earth mentality was naturally very profound. The barbarian emperor told Lu Ming everything he knew, which greatly inspired Lu Ming. He felt that it would not be long before his earth essence realm would break through. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Barbarian Emperor. Lu Ming raised his wine cup and toasted the barbarian emperor. Ah, you're too kind, General Lu. It's your comprehension that has surprised me, the barbarian emperor said with a smile. As Lu Ming was the commander, the barbarian emperor and the others addressed him as Commander Lu. Although there was a huge age gap between the two, they got along very well. They drank and talked about martial arts. Chila. At this moment, the sky suddenly split open. A huge hand reached down from the sky and grabbed at Lu Ming. The vast aura made Lu Ming and the barbarian emperor's faces change. Xiaowan fights D. Who is it? Oh! The barbarian emperor let out a long roar, and his aura burst forth. He soared into the sky and punched at the giant hand. Boom! There was a shocking boom, and then the barbarian emperor's body trembled. He was actually no match for the barbarian emperor and was blasted down. The huge hand did not stop and continued to grab Lu Ming. Enveloped by this huge hand, Lu Ming felt as if the space around him had been locked down. Lu Ming's body was pressed down by endless gravity, making it difficult for him to move. D.E. Lu Ming shouted. He was very familiar with the aura of this big hand. It was D.E., a martial emperor. Lu Ming did not expect that martial emperor D.E. would make a move at this time. Previously, Lu Ming had thought that D might take action. However, the Demon God Valley had a sovereign. Lu Ming thought that D.E. would be afraid. Boom! 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 8 streams of dragon energy burst forth in Lu Ming's body. At the same time, his third bloodline emerged, and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Break, break! Lu Ming roared in his heart and exploded with all his strength, trying to break open the surrounding space. However, the surrounding space was extremely firm. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could not even move an inch. Who is it? You're looking for death. A long roar was heard. From another direction in the Demon God Valley, a demonic light shot up and a vast demonic blade slashed at the giant hand. Boom! After the barbarian emperor's punch and the saber, the huge hand finally collapsed and disappeared. The pressure on Lu Ming's body was also lifted. Lu Ming's body felt lighter and he regained his freedom. Buzz! With a flash of demonic light, Sulua appeared beside Lu Ming. The barbarian emperor also came to Lu Ming's side. An iron rod floated above the barbarian emperor's head, emanating a terrifying aura. It was an emperor's spiritual weapon. The two of them looked at the sky with a grave expression. A golden light flashed in the sky, and a figure stepped out of the spatial crack. It was Martial Emperor D. D of the East Baron. What do you want to do by coming to the Demon God Valley? Do you want to start a war with us? Chu Luo coldly shouted. In the Divine Wilderness continent, there were only so many emperors, so they naturally knew each other. I'm only here to take Lu Ming away. This has nothing to do with you. Di's entire body bloomed with golden light. He stood high in the sky like a high and mighty emperor, looking down on the common people. Take away General Lu? What a joke. Di, not only can you not take anyone away today, but you can't even leave. The barbarian emperor's eyes flickered with a malevolent light. Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! At this moment, from all over the Demon God Valley, there were sounds of people flying through the air. The commotion just now had alarmed the entire Demon God Valley. Stop! Don't come over! Lu Ming's voice was heard and everyone stopped in their tracks. When the emperor took action, the others could not help at all. 2 people did not stop and directly flew over. They were Xian Yanqing and Yin Guangtu. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing held Lu Ming's hand and looked at Di in the sky, looking worried. D.E. Yin Guangtu licked his lips. The Emperor Spirit Tower floated above his head, revealing a powerful fighting spirit. If you don't hand it over, I'll personally take it. Di's cold voice rang out. He clenched his fist in the air and a golden combat sword appeared. Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! The golden combat sword emitted an infinite amount of golden light. The sword light was as large as a mountain, and a vast pressure bloomed. It slashed down violently towards the barbarian emperor and the others. Attack! The barbarian emperor shouted and rose to the sky, holding the iron rod in his hand. The iron rod grew rapidly, turning into a giant rod tens of thousands of meters long, and swept toward Di's sword light. At the same time, the demonic chi on Chu Luo's body soared to the sky, and he slashed out a huge saber light toward the sword light. Above Yin Guangtu's head, the Emperor's Spirit Tower expanded rapidly and crashed toward the sword radiance in the sky. Boom! 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 3 terrifying explosions sounded in succession. First, it was the barbarian emperor. He held a huge rod and smashed it against the sword light. His whole body trembled as if he was facing an undefeatable force. His body fell down like a cannonball. Then, Chu Luo's demonic blade was crushed by the sword radiance, and finally collided with Yin Guangtu's Emperor Spirit Tower. Bang! 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 The barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and Yin Guangtu were sent flying one after another. They staggered in the sky and retreated hundreds of miles, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yin Guangtu's condition was the most serious. His face was pale and bloodless. In one move, Di had injured 2 emperors and Yin Guangtu. He had displayed his terrifying combat power. How can he be so strong? Chu Luo shouted in disbelief. The barbarian emperor and Yin Guangtu were both shocked. The 3 of them had to work together to block Di's sword, but they were all injured. It was unbelievable. They had all dealt with Di before, but they had never expected that Di's combat power would be so strong. No one can stop me from taking Lu Ming away, Di said coldly. He stretched out his hand and a big golden hand formed out of thin air. It exuded a vast pressure and grabbed Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Yin Guangtu, the barbarian emperor, and Chu Luo shouted loudly. They used their strongest move to stop Di. However, Di took a step and 3 golden sword lights condensed in the air. They hit the 3 of them and forced them back again. The golden hand did not stop and continued to grab Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, the space in front of Lu Ming cracked open and a black fist radiance shot out. It collided with the golden hand and both of them disappeared. Then a tall figure stepped out. Fiend Ancestor. Chu Luo was overjoyed to see this person. Thank you, Chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xiao Wan stood in front of Lu Ming, looked at Di and said, It's rare to have an expert like you among the younger generation. But with me here, you can't take Lu Ming away. Chaotic Sky Emperor, you have been suppressed for 30,000 years and are no longer the same as before. Do you really think you can fight me? Di spoke. Even in the face of the Chaotic Sky Divine Warrior, he was still full of confidence. We'll know if we can fight him or not after we try. Let's go up and fight him. Xiao Wan took a step forward and rushed up to the sky. Di glanced at Lu Ming. He took a step forward and together with Xiao Wan, rushed into the sky. Boom! An extremely terrifying rumble suddenly sounded from an unknown height. A bright light flashed out like a sun exploding in the sky. Could be seen even from millions of miles away. Boom! 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 Following that, terrifying rumbles rang out continuously in the sky. Rings of light lit up one after another, as if many suns had exploded at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. Lu Ming and the others looked up into the sky, but they could only see a dazzling light. They could not see the figures of Di Martial Emperor and Xie Luan. So strong! Lu Ming furrowed his brows and was secretly shocked. The fluctuations and auras caused by the battle between Xiao Wan and Di were obviously much stronger than that of an ordinary emperor. What realm had they reached? My eyes! Someone exclaimed. Some people with low cultivation looked up at the battle in the sky. Their eyes were blinded by the light, and they didn't dare to watch anymore. D's realm. In the sky there were hundreds of explosions, as if hundreds of suns had exploded. Oh, if that kind of power landed on the ground, it could destroy the earth and penetrate the earth's crust, causing a terrible disaster. At this moment the sky suddenly quieted down. All the fluctuations seemed to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. How is it? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Buzz. At this moment a figure flickered and Xiao Wan appeared. At this moment, Xiao Wan's breathing was a little shallow. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He had actually been injured. Chu Luo, the barbarian emperor, and the others found it unbelievable that Xiao Wan had been injured in the battle with martial emperor Di. Ancestor devil, how is Di? Chu Luo asked. Di has retreated. Xiao Wan spoke, his eyes grave. I didn't expect the East Continent to have such a powerful cultivator. I can't defeat him with my current combat strength. Senior Xia, what realm has Di reached? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, Di's combat power was beyond his imagination. He had thought that Di was just an ordinary emperor. Now it seemed that he was not. He was much stronger than an ordinary emperor. After this period of time, Xieluan had recovered and was stronger than he had been a few months ago. However, he was still injured in the battle with Di. Lu Ming, the martial emperor realm is the same as the other realms. It is divided into 9 levels, but the difference between each level is huge. As for the divine wilderness continent, the conditions are too poor. It's not suitable for emperors to cultivate at all. To be able to break through to the emperor realm is already the limit. It's too difficult to go further. Hence, most of the emperors in the divine wilderness continent are at the first-level martial emperor realm. For example, barbarian emperor Chu Luo and the rest, as well as most of the emperors from the overlord forces in central continent, are all at the first-level martial emperor realm. Xiao Wan introduced. Chu Luo and the barbarian emperor nodded. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the sovereigns he had met were only at the lowest level of martial emperors. Xiao Wan continued to explain. Once someone breaks through to level 2 martial royal realm, his combat strength will be greatly improved. He will be able to suppress and even kill other martial royal realm experts. The gap between level 1 martial royal realm experts is very obvious. I guess there are some martial royal realm experts in the royal family, and the heaven-suppressing divine army. And my cultivation back then was at the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. Now, I have recovered to the peak of the 2nd level. However, it will be extremely difficult for me to recover to the 3rd level. Firstly, the conditions of the divine wilderness continent are too poor. Secondly, after being suppressed for so many years, my source has been injured. It will be very difficult for me to recover to the peak without a few years. Is Di's cultivation also at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Di's cultivation is indeed at the peak of the level 2 martial royal realm. He's not far from the level 3 martial royal realm. I feel that Di can break into the level 3 martial royal realm at any time. By then, he will be unrivaled in the world, and no one in the divine wilderness mainland can defeat him. Xiao Wan said, his eyes grave. Di is so strong? Yin Kuangtu clenched his fists tightly. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. He and Di had to fight a long time ago, but now it seemed that this battle would be more difficult than he had imagined. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Now, the 2nd body has obtained the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint and is improving rapidly. My martial cultivation can't fall behind. If my martial cultivation and the 2nd body both break into the Emperor realm, I can suppress Di even if he breaks through to the 3rd level of the martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with confidence and fighting spirit. If the main body and the secondary body both broke through to the Emperor realm and joined forces, their power would definitely be beyond imagination. All of you can leave. With a wave of Xiao Wan's hand, everyone below the Emperor level dispersed. Xiao Wan then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you don't have to worry too much. The conditions in the divine wilderness continent are really bad. It's extremely difficult for a martial artist in the Emperor realm to make a breakthrough. It's not that easy for D to break through to the third level of the martial royal realm. He might not be able to break through for a few years, or he might not be able to break through in his entire life. It's possible. Back then, I was stuck at the peak of the third level of the martial royal realm, and was unable to break through to the fourth level. He can't do anything to you if he can't break through to level 3 martial royal realm. Xiao Wan smiled and consoled him. Thank you, Senior, I'm fine. The stronger DE is, the stronger my motivation will be. I will kill DE with my own hands this time. This day will not be too long. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Good, haha. Xiao Wan patted Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed. What? At this moment, Xiao Wan suddenly turned his gaze to the northern sky. The others were stunned. What did Xiao Wan discover? Could it be that DE had returned? However, they soon realized. In the sky to the north, a huge warship broke through the void and was flying at high speed. Boom! 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 As the warship sailed past, it let out a deafening roar. It was like a divine sword that split the space in half. Everyone's expression changed. Could it be that they were coming for them? Who in the divine wilderness continent had the guts to do that? Moreover, they came from the north. Very quickly they realized that they had been overthinking. The warship was not heading towards them, but was flying past the Demon God Valley. From a distance, the warship was carved with beautiful patterns, and there was a misty light flowing on it. Look, there are people on the warship, Chu Luo shouted. As expected, they saw a middle-aged man at the bow of the warship. He was wearing a black robe and stood with his hands behind his back. He was just standing there casually, but he seemed to have a domineering temperament. At that moment, the black-robed middle-aged man seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's gaze and looked over. With just a glance, Lu Ming could feel his heart thumping. It was like the vast starry sky, and he felt extremely small. At the side, Xian Yanqing's grip on Lu Ming's hand tightened and his face turned pale. However, this person only glanced at them and didn't look at them again. He turned his head. So strong. This person is so strong. It's hard to estimate. The barbarian emperor's voice rang out. Lu Ming turned around and was shocked. At that moment, the barbarian emperor's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were filled with shock. Third-level martial emperor realm. Xiao Wan muttered to himself, his brows tightly furrowed. Everyone was shocked. How is that possible? Third-level martial emperor? How can there be a third-level martial emperor in the divine wilderness continent? Sulua exclaimed in disbelief. Who said they are from the divine wilderness continent? I have seen the patterns on that warship overseas 30,000 years ago. If I am not wrong, they are from the divine ruins continent. Xiao Wan said. The divine ruins continent? Why would the people from the divine ruins continent suddenly come to our divine wilderness continent? The barbarian emperor asked in surprise. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Yen Kuangtu on the other hand looked puzzled. The divine ruins continent? Where was it? From the name, it must be from a mainland overseas. Why would someone from a mainland overseas suddenly descend into the divine wilderness? People from the continent of the divine ruins. The divine ruins continent is a continent that is much stronger than the divine wilderness continent. There are many experts here, so why are you here today? Lu Ming, do you want to go and take a look? Oh. Xiao Wan looked at Lu Ming and asked. Good. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming was also very curious about the sudden arrival of the divine ruins continent. The two of you stay here and guard the place just in case. Lu Ming and I will go and take a look. Xieluan instructed Chu Luo and the barbarian emperor, and the two of them nodded. Shaoqing, Big Brother Yan, wait for me here. I'll be back with Senior Xia. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing and Yen Kuangtu. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Xian Yanqing warned. Lu Ming nodded. Let's go. Let's go. Xiao Wan shouted. The demonic light wrapped around Lu Ming, and he stepped into the air and flew out, following the warship from the divine ruins far behind. The warship from the continent of Divine Ruins kept flying south at a very fast speed, and soon it flew out of Northern Plains territory and arrived at Central Continent, flying towards the center of Central Continent. The people from the continent of the Divine Ruins seemed to be flying towards the place where the Imperial family and the heaven-suppressing Divine Army are fighting. Xiaowan softly said. Could it be that one of the two sides invited a helper? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent would change drastically. The warship broke through the space and flew extremely fast, quickly approaching the Central Continent. There's a huge battle ahead, Xiaowan said as he gazed into the distance. Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the south. He sensed that there was a slight fluctuation in the space. There was definitely a terrifying battle going on because it could be determined that the battle was still very far away from here. The warship from the continent of the Divine Ruins suddenly stopped here, and the black-robed middle-aged man standing at the front of the warship looked into the distance. He then stepped out and headed south. Let's go. Xiaowan and Lu Ming went around the warship and headed south as well. Boom! Boom! Not long after, he heard a terrifying fluctuation in the sky far away. Lu Ming could vaguely see two figures fighting in the sky. The strength of his aura had actually surpassed that of an ordinary emperor. So strong! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The two people fighting had extremely terrifying combat strength. They were above the barbarian emperor and Tsulua. Although they were not as terrifying as the battle between Xiaoran and Di, they were not much worse. They should be on the same level as Xiaoran and Di. Below the battle was a huge lake. On both sides of the lake, there were many experts. The Earth's core lake was the place where the Imperial family and the heaven-suppressing Divine Army fought. The black-robed middle-aged man from the Divine Ruins continent appeared not far away. He looked at the battle ahead and did not participate for the time being. Xiesheng, you're already so old. You're no match for me. In the middle of the battle, a voice rang out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard from Xian Yanqing that the previous sacred emperor was called Xiesheng, and he was the grandfather of the current sacred emperor, Xie Qitian. He had stepped down from his position 6,000 years ago and focused on his cultivation. The outside world thought that after so many years, Xiesheng had already passed away. However, there were also people who said that Xiesheng was still alive. However, there had never been any proof. Now it was proven that Xiesheng was indeed still alive. The other side is the battle martial emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. The man who was fighting with Xiesheng was a peerless expert of the heaven-suppressing Divine Army, the 100 battle martial emperor, the one who had won every battle. Both of them were the leaders of their respective forces. Their cultivations had already entered the second level of the martial royal realm, and they were engaged in an intense battle. Whether I'm a match for you or not, we can't say for sure until we fight to the end. Baijan, I advise you to hand over the Heavenly King token. This is the inheritance of my imperial family. It's not something you can take, said Xiesheng. His voice was ancient, but it was like thunder, rumbling through heaven and earth, traveling an unknown distance. Xiesheng, you're already so old. Don't think about the Heavenly King's order anymore. The battle martial emperor laughed heartily, and the battle between the two became even more intense. In the horizon, when the black-robed middle-aged man in the Divine Ruins continent heard the three-word, Heavenly King token, he raised his eyebrows and muttered, I didn't expect the Divine Wilderness continent's Heavenly King token to still be here. This trip was not in vain. With that, he flicked his sleeves and took a step forward, rapidly approaching the battlefield between Xiesheng and the Baijan martial emperor. Who is it? Who is it? As soon as the black-robed middle-aged man approached, Xiesheng and the Baijan martial emperor sensed it. They shouted and separated from each other, staring at the black-robed middle-aged man with a serious look. They only noticed the black-robed middle-aged man when he was so close to them. This caused them to be shocked. They scanned the black-clothed middle-aged man with their spiritual sense and realized that they could not see through his strength. They were even more shocked. What? Seeing this, Lu Ming and Xiaowan were a little surprised. It seemed that the people from the Divine Ruins continent were not the help of the imperial family or Xiaowan. Otherwise, Xie Shang and the Baijian martial emperor would not be so surprised. You have the Heavenly King's order. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at the battle martial emperor. Who are you, sir? The battle martial emperor frowned and asked. I'm not answering your question. Let me ask you again. Do you have the Heavenly King's order? The black-robed middle-aged man's voice turned cold. There was a hint of impatience in his tone, and it sounded like he was giving orders. His words made the Baijian martial emperor's face turn ugly. In the Divine Wilderness continent, no one dared to speak to him in such a tone. So what if I have the Heavenly King's token? The 100 Battles martial emperor said. Oh, it's good that it's on you. Hand it over. Give me the Heavenly King's token. The black-robed man said. Ha ha ha. The 100 Battles martial emperor laughed and said, You're really funny. You appeared out of nowhere and asked me to hand over the Heavenly King token. You're too confident. I wonder if you have the ability to be confident. The battle martial emperor's eyes flickered with a cold light. So you're saying that you're not handing it over? Then I'll take it personally. The black-robed middle-aged man took a step forward as soon as he finished speaking. Boom! With this step, the sky and the earth shook violently. Below him, the core lake created thousands of waves. Suppress! An indifferent voice came out of the black-robed middle-aged man's mouth. He struck out with his palm, and endless spiritual chi gathered in the sky. A towering ancient tree as tall as the sky pressed down on the Baijian martial emperor. As soon as this move was used, the battle martial emperor's expression changed drastically, and his face became extremely grave. 100 Battle God Fist. The battle martial emperor punched out 100 times in an instant. Each punch contained a monstrous combat power that could penetrate the earth and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 fist forces gathered in the air and merged into one fist force. Its power increased by 100 times. Boom! The fist force hit the ancient tree, making a world-destroying sound. Press! The black-robed middle-aged man spat out another word. He pressed his palm down and the branches of the ancient tree stretched out. Green light shot into the sky. Boom! Baijian martial emperor's fist force collapsed instantly, and the towering ancient tree continued to press down on him. Yuan Continent's big sect, Heavenly God sect. The Baijian martial emperor's expression changed drastically as he tried his best to counterattack. He kept striking out, but it was all in vain. He was crushed by the towering ancient tree, and in the end, the towering ancient tree heavily bombarded his body. Oh! The battle martial emperor screamed and fell into the core lake. Boom! Baijian martial emperor's body smashed into the lake, and suddenly, a huge wave appeared in the lake. With Baijian martial emperor's body as the center, the lake water rippled and madly rushed in all directions. In a breath's time, the water in the entire core lake was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, turning into steam and dissipating in the air. With the Baijian martial emperor as the center, not a single drop of water could be seen within a 100,000-mile radius. Everyone could only see him lying on the ground in the middle of the earth core lake, coughing up blood. At the scene, everyone from the royal family, the Xie family, and the heaven-suppressing divine army widened their eyes in shock. 100 Battle martial emperor was seriously injured by this black-robed middle-aged man with a single strike. How was this possible? A battle-hardened martial emperor was the leader of the heaven-suppressing divine army. He was an expert at the peak of the Divine Wilderness continent. He was invincible and had won every battle. This was how the name Battle Martial Emperor came about. But now he had been defeated in one move. This was simply unbelievable. Xie Shang was also shocked and in disbelief. The 100 Battle Martial Emperor was not weaker than him, but he had actually lost so badly. This made him feel a little apprehensive. So strong. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. As expected of a third-level martial royal realm expert. You're overestimating yourself. The black-robed middle-aged man looked down at the battle-tested martial emperor and said, Now are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't hand it over, I can take it myself. There was a hint of killing intent in his voice. His meaning was obvious. If the warring martial emperor refused to hand it over, he could kill him and take it himself. The warring martial emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He was extremely unwilling, but he was helpless in the face of such an invincible opponent. In the end, he let out a long sigh, took out a token, and threw it to the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed man caught the token and glanced at it. A hint of joy appeared on his face. It's indeed the Heavenly King's order. Although the Divine Ruins continent was much stronger than the Divine Wilderness continent, it was still a speck of dust compared to the Yuan continent. It was extremely difficult to join a large faction in the Yuan continent. The Heavenly King token was also a supreme treasure to him. Sir, you are not from the Divine Wilderness continent, right? Xie Shang looked at the black-robed middle-aged man, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Now that the Heavenly King token had fallen into the hands of the black-robed middle-aged man, the imperial family had no chance. As soon as he said this, the hearts of the people from the royal family and the heaven-suppressing divine army were shocked. If he was not from the Divine Wilderness mainland, could he be from overseas? That's right. I'm from the Divine Ruins continent, God's Gate South God Palace. You've lived for a long time, so you should have heard of it, right? The black-robed middle-aged man explained as he put away the Heavenly King token. He seemed to be in a good mood. What? You are from the Gate of God of the continent of the Divine Ruins? Xie Shang seemed to be very surprised. His expression changed, and then he became very respectful. He cupped his fists at the middle-aged man in black and said, "So it's the experts of the Gate of God. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me." At the scene, the emperors had similar expressions as Xie Shang. Other than shock, there was also a trace of respect. When the battle martial emperor heard this, the unwillingness in his eyes finally disappeared, and it was replaced with helplessness. As for those below the emperor rank, their faces were filled with confusion. As expected, they are from the Gate of God. Xiaowan muttered. Senior, is the Gate of God very strong? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course it's very strong. The primordial realm is vast and boundless. Of course, most of its territory is the sea. The sea is endless, and there are countless continents scattered across the endless sea. Some continents are not far from each other. When they gather in a region, they are called a group of continents, just like the islands in the ocean. Some islands are called islands when they gather together, and it is the same for the continents. Xiaowan explained. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Outside the Divine Wilderness continent, it was really endless and beautiful. And the sea region where the Divine Wilderness continent is located is called the Divine Ruins Continent Cluster. It is made up of dozens of huge continents. Just from the name, you can tell that the Divine Ruins continent is the most respected continent in this continent cluster. The Divine Ruins continent is vast, at least 10 times the size of the Divine Wilderness continent. There are many experts, outstanding people, and the number of emperors is also much more than the Divine Wilderness continent. And the Divine Ruins continent is completely ruled by one power, and that power is the Gate of God. Xiaowan continued to explain. Lu Ming finally knew how powerful the Gate of God was. The Divine Ruins continent was at least 10 times the size of the Divine Wilderness continent, and it was completely ruled by a single force, the Gate of God. The so-called overlords of the Divine Wilderness continent were as weak as babies in front of the Gate of God. The black-robed middle-aged man, or rather the warship, was from the Gate of God. I wonder what is the reason for our esteemed guest's visit to the Divine Wilderness? The battle martial emperor flew up to the sky and cupped his fists respectfully. The Heavenly King token had been taken away by the experts of the Gate of God, so he could only choose to forget about it. I am here to bring good fortune to your Divine Wilderness continent, the black-robed middle-aged man said. Bring good fortune? Xie Shang, the 100 Battles martial emperor, and the rest of the people looked at each other in confusion. Boom! 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 At this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard as the warship sailed over. At the front of the warship, a few figures appeared. There were young people and old people, and all of them had powerful auras. That's right, good fortune, a great fortune. The black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up and he raised his voice. A few months ago, the Gate of God suddenly received news from the Yuan continent. The Yuan continent's Tiantian sect is going to select young elites from the continent group of the Divine Ruins and recruit them as disciples. The Gate of God will do it on behalf of the sect and gather all the prodigies of the continent group of the Divine Ruins together to head to the continent of the Divine Ruins. At that time, an emissary from the Tiantian sect will descend to select disciples. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice spread far and wide, causing a huge commotion. What? The major sects of the continent of the origin are selecting disciples in the continent of the Divine Ruins? Heavens, there's actually such a thing? Since ancient times, the major sects of the Yuan continent rarely choose disciples from the continent of the Divine Ruins. Good fortune. This is really a great good fortune. Even the sovereigns couldn't remain calm. They were all discussing excitedly. Thinking about it, it was understandable. A Heavenly King token could only allow one person to join the Heavenly King Hall, a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. It had caused chaos in the central continent and caused the imperial family and the heaven-suppressing divine army to fight each other. From this, it could be seen how difficult and precious it was to enter a major sect to cultivate. But now, without any token, a big sect in the Yuanlu could directly recruit disciples. This was a great fortune. Once they were accepted as disciples by the major sects of the Yuanlu continent, they would have a meteoric rise and a bright future. The cultivation environment of the large sects in the Yuan continent was not something that the divine wilderness continent could compare to. It was countless times better. If the divine wilderness continent was a stinky garbage dump, then the major sects of the Yuan continent were the supreme immortals above the 9 heavens. There was no comparison at all. In that place, the emperor realm was no longer the end point. There was a possibility of one reaching a higher level. Gathering of all the paragons. A major sect of the Yuan continent actually came to the continent group of the Divine Ruins to recruit disciples? Oh, even Xiao Wan was stunned. However, many of the sovereigns sighed. This time it was only for the younger generation. The older ones had no hope. However, some of the younger generation's eyes were burning with passion. Excuse me, when do we start? Xiesheng asked. After 10 days, let's wait here for 10 days. After 10 days, the elites of the Divine Wilderness continent who wish to participate will gather here. However, I have to make it clear first that the requirements for the major sects of the Yuan continent to recruit disciples are very high. Only the top elites can be selected. Hence, after 10 days I will conduct a test. Only those who pass will be able to follow me to the Divine Ruins continent to participate in the selection of the Tiantian sect. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Naturally. Xiesheng nodded. All right, spread the news. The black-robed man waved his hand and boarded the warship. The people on the warship had also disappeared. The warship floated quietly in the air. The battle between the royal family and the heaven-suppressing divine legion naturally came to a stop. The news that the Gate of God had arrived, and that a large sect in the Yuan continent was about to recruit disciples spread like wildfire across the divine wilderness. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan had also returned to the Demon God Valley. Xiao Wan, Lu Ming, Chu Luo, and the others were gathered in a hall in the Demon God Valley. When Chu Luo and the others found out the purpose of the people from the continent of the Divine Ruins, they were all shocked. Lu Ming, I think this is your chance. A great chance. Xiao Wan was the first to speak. Senior Xie's meaning is for me to participate in the selection. Lu Ming said. That's right. Your talent is rare even in the Divine Wilderness. There's a high chance that you will be chosen by the Tiantian sect to become a disciple of a major sect in the Yuan continent. Miss Nianqing also has a chance. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. To be honest, he was also very tempted. This was a great opportunity. Lu Ming's current goal was no longer to become a martial emperor. His goal was to climb to a higher realm. But in the Divine Wilderness continent, once one reached the emperor realm, it was very difficult to improve. To continue improving, one had to leave the divine wilderness continent. However, when he broke through to the sovereign level and left for the Yuan continent alone, it would be a long journey and it would not be easy to join a large sect. Now was undoubtedly a very good opportunity. However, there was still something he could not let go of, which was Martial Emperor Di. If he did not solve Martial Emperor Di's problem, he could not leave in peace and go to the Yuan continent to cultivate. Lu Ming, are you worried about Di? Xiao Wan seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and asked. That's right. If I don't deal with this person, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you are too short-sighted. Think about it, even if you are chosen by the Tianxin sect, you may not have to go to the Yuan continent to cultivate immediately. If you want to wait for a while before going, you can probably do it. Even if it can't be delayed, once you are chosen by the Tianxin sect, it is a big sect in the Yuan continent with many strong people. Any one of them can destroy Di. Then you can ask a master to kill Di and everything will be so levered. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right. If he really joined the Tianxin sect and became a disciple, it wouldn't be too difficult to ask the Tianxin sect to send anyone to kill Di. As long as he could get rid of Di, he would not have to worry about the divine wilderness continent. He could go to the Yuan continent to cultivate in peace. All right. I'll participate in the Tianxin sect's selection. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Little Qing, what about you? Lu Ming asked Xian Yanqing. Wherever you go, I'll naturally follow. Xian Yanqing smiled. All right, we'll set off in a few days. Lu Ming nodded. When the news of a large sect recruiting disciples spread, the entire divine wilderness continent was in a state of shock. All the overlord forces stopped fighting each other. Many young Heaven's Pride experts started to move and rush to the Earth Core Lake. Geniuses from the eastern wastelands, southern netherworld, and western desert were all gathering at the Core Lake. Very quickly, 10 days were almost up. Xiao Wan brought Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing to Obashur, and the other elites of northern plains to the Earth Core Lake. The warship from the Divine Ruins continent was still hovering above the Earth Core Lake. The four sides of the warship were already surrounded by people. They were all experts from various major forces, and they had arrived with their respective heavens' favorites. Of course, there were still many people who came to watch the show. It could be said that it was a gathering of experts. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, the warship glowed, and a group of people appeared at the bow of the warship. The person in the lead was the black-clothed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in black stepped out and flew off the warship. Behind him were two young men. They were obviously from the younger generation. Of the two young men, one of them had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. The other had a cold and arrogant look on his face. His gaze swept across the people from the divine wilderness continent with a hint of disdain. The younger generation stepped forward. The voice of the black-robed man rang out. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Oh! One figure after another flew forward and arrived in front of the black-robed middle-aged man and the others. There were thousands of them. The black-robed middle-aged man frowned and said coldly, "Those below the spiritual god level leave. You want to participate in the selection of the major sects of the Yuan continent with such a cultivation?" Hearing this, most of the young men looked helpless and could only step back. Instantly, there were only a few dozen people left on the field. Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that almost all the elites of the divine wilderness continent were here. Long Chan, Xian Yanjuan, Yang Patian, Shurdu, and the others. Dark Child of the southern underworld, Three-Headed Hellhound, and the others. Other than the Heartless Monk and the female Bodhisattva of the western desert, there were also 5 more young Heaven's favorites. It was truly shocking. Everyone sighed at how powerful the western desert was. In addition, Lu Ming only saw the Emperor God in the East Baron. Obviously, other than the Emperor God, no one else had reached the spiritual God realm. Some of them, such as Shurdu, Wu Changkong, and Di Shun, cast cold gazes at Lu Ming. Emperor God. Lu Ming's eyes swept over Di Shun, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Di still wanted to take him down. If there was a chance, Lu Ming would definitely get rid of Dishun and collect some interest. Behind the middle-aged man in black, the two young men were also sizing up Lu Ming and the rest. The young man with a smile on his face was still smiling, and there was no change in his expression. However, the cold and arrogant young man's eyes were burning with a fiery light. His gaze swept across Xian Yanjuan, Xian Yanqing, Goddess Tanxiang, Jing Kongling, and the others, and the fire in his eyes burned even more intensely. Who would have thought that there would be so many stunning beauties in the tiny divine wilderness continent? The arrogant youth's lips curled up as his heart burned. All right, your cultivation has reached the spiritual god realm, but I still have to screen you. Unless you're a top Heaven's Pride expert, ordinary Heaven's Pride experts will only embarrass them slaviers if they go. Now all of you stand still. I'll test your bloodline. The black-robed middle-aged man's gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest. Then a formation disc appeared in his hand. The formation disc glowed and flew into the sky, rapidly expanding. In the end, a beam of light appeared and enveloped Lu Ming and the rest. The continent's prodigy of the war god ruins. After being enveloped by the light pillar, Lu Ming realized that golden rings were emerging from the bodies of the others. Oh, it was the chakra. Xian Yanqing had 9 golden chakras while Lu Ming had 8. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes swept across the crowd. All right, those with 8th-rank divine-level bloodlines can step down. Only those with 9th-rank divine-level bloodlines are qualified to participate in the Heavenly God Sex selection. Follow me. What? Not even an 8th-level divine-level bloodline was qualified? Only those at the 9th level of the divine level are qualified? Everyone was shocked by his words. These conditions were too high. How many 9th-grade divine-level geniuses were there in the entire divine wilderness? A bunch of frogs in a well. Do you all think that a 9th-level divine-level expert is very impressive? A 9th-level deity might be the top in the small divine wilderness continent. But what was the Yuan continent? The core of the primordial realm, the Tianshan sect, is a large sect in the Yuan continent. The minimum standard for them to recruit disciples is that their bloodline must be of the 9th grade of the god tier. You can't even meet the basic requirements and you still want to join the Heaven God sect. The cold and arrogant youth sneered and revealed a mocking expression. His voice carried an air of superiority. These words made many of the level 8 divine level geniuses' expressions turn ugly, but they didn't dare to refute. Alright, 8th level divine level expert, you may leave. The black-robed middle-aged man spoke again. The heavens' favorites like the God Emperor Wu Changkong and Jing Kongling all retreated. It seems like I have no chance. Lu Ming gave Xian Yanqing a helpless smile. It's fine. If you don't go, I won't go either. Let's go, he said. Xian Yanqing smiled. Lu Ming nodded, turned around, and flew away with Xian Yanqing. Wait a moment. However, at this moment a cold shout rang out. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing turned around and saw the cold and arrogant young man staring at Xian Yanqing. He did not hide the fiery light in his eyes. Lu Ming frowned and his eyes turned cold. You're a 9th level divine level expert. Why did you leave? You don't want your fortune anymore? The arrogant youth said to Xian Yanqing. If he can't meet the requirements, I'll go with him. If he can't go, I naturally won't go either. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming and said. Him. The arrogant youth looked at Lu Ming with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He's just a piece of trash at the 8th level of the divine level. He can't meet the requirements at all. What qualifications does he have to participate? You, on the other hand, are quite talented. Why waste your bright future for a piece of trash? Come with us. Xian Yanqing's face turned cold and he said coldly, watch your words. I'm telling you, if he's not going, I'm not going either. Also, he's not a good for nothing. Lu Ming, let's go. Xian Yanqing pulled Lu Ming and was about to fly back. Humph. With a cold snort, the arrogant youth moved and appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, blocking their way. You've met the requirements and must go. This is not only related to your future, but also to the gate of God. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, if you're smart, get lost. You're a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Do you think you're worthy of this lady? Lu Ming's expression turned cold. From the very beginning, this person had been looking at Xian Yanqing with ill intentions. Now he was calling him trash again and again. Did he really think he was noble? Where did this wild dog come from? If you bark here, get lost. Lu Ming's cold and disdainful voice was heard. The commotion here naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone at the scene looked over. At this moment, many people were shocked when they heard Lu Ming's words. This Lu Ming is really gutsy. He actually dares to berate the Divine Ruins Continent's paragon like this? It's over. Lu Ming is in trouble. Simply courting death. He doesn't know what's good for him. I think he's just used to being arrogant in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Some people sighed while others sneered and gloated. Kid, what did you say? As expected, the arrogant youth's eyes turned completely cold, and his killing intent exploded. He was a famous existence even in the Divine Ruins Continent, where geniuses were as common as clouds. There were not many people who dared to talk to him like that. Now, in the Divine Wilderness Continent, there was actually someone who dared to speak to him like that, berate him like that, and call him a wild dog. He was simply courting death. It seems like your hearing isn't good either. Wild dog, get lost. Lu Ming berated again. Brat, you're looking for death. I'll cripple you. You. The arrogant youth was furious as a terrifying aura exploded from his body. His aura continued to rise. 2nd level spiritual god realm, 3rd level spiritual god realm, 4th level spiritual god realm. In the end, it rose to the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm before stopping. Peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Many people were shocked as they looked at the arrogant youth in shock. The icily arrogant youth was clearly young and belonged to the younger generation. His cultivation had actually reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. It was simply unbelievable. Currently, the Divine Wilderness Continent's top paragons, such as Mingzi and Yang Padian, were only at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. The only one who was certain to be at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm and above was Long Chan. However, this young man had a cultivation base at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Buzz. The cold and arrogant young man sent a palm strike toward Lu Ming. His palm was covered with a layer of green light, and the space was smashed into pieces. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and struck out with his palm as well. Boom. The two palms collided, and the force of the palm swept out like an avalanche. Then a figure staggered back 100 meters in the air, his face pale. It was the cold and arrogant young man. He had been pushed back by Lu Ming with one palm. At the scene, the rest of the people were at a loss for words. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. After not seeing him for some time, Lu Ming had obviously become more powerful. He could actually defeat the cold and arrogant youth with one palm. Only Tuobashir sneered. He knew how terrifying Lu Ming's combat strength was. Ah, you're looking for death, I want you to die. The arrogant youth roared in anger. He had actually been forced back by a single palm strike, and the one who had done so was someone from the Divine Wilderness Continent, someone he had seen as trash. He could not stand it. Boom! A green tree appeared above his head, and on it were 9 golden chakra shining brightly. This person had also awakened a 9th-rank divine bloodline, and was a genius at the giant level. This made Yang Patian, Dark Child, and the others' expressions turn extremely grave. This person's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm, and his bloodline was also at the 9th level of the divine level. His combat strength had already surpassed theirs. Was there really such a genius in the Divine Ruins Continent? Or was this person already one of the top few in the Divine Ruins Continent? Just as all sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, the arrogant youth had already used his bloodline fusion and turned into a green tree. The green tree was as tall as the sky and as large as a mountain. A terrifying aura was released, and the green light was boundless as it pressed down on Lu Ming. So strong. He's really strong. An ordinary 6th level spiritual god will definitely die, and even a 7th level spiritual god will be severely injured. Let's see how Lu Ming can block it. The cold and arrogant youth's strength shocked many people, and even the emperors were moved. Oh, this was a true Blue Heaven's favorite. In a battle of the same level, he would not be any weaker than the other heaven's favorites in the divine wilderness continent. Chapter 1190 Suppression. Break. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and the 8 streams of dragon power in his body burst out, sending a punch at Qing Mu. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on the green wood. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the green wood exploded and turned into green energy that disappeared into the world. In the green light, the cold and arrogant youth's figure appeared. At this time his face no longer had any cold and arrogant expression, only disbelief, shock and disbelief. He found it hard to believe that his most powerful attack, which he had used to fuse his blood meridians with, was actually defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He could not believe that there was such a powerful person in the divine wilderness continent. Furthermore, Lu Ming's bloodline was clearly only at the 8th level of the divine level. He was not the only one. The others present were also shocked. My God, Lu Ming's combat strength has become even more terrifying. He actually defeated a giant heaven's favorite at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm in one move. With such combat strength, could he be able to compete with Long Chan? Maybe. Many people were talking about it, and even some emperors were shocked. In the crowd, Long Chen's expression was a little serious, which was rare. He stared at Lu Ming, but he quickly regained his calm and returned to his indifferent state. Damn it! In Lion City, Ming Zi was equivalent to someone who had a grudge against Lu Ming. While he was shocked, he also gritted his teeth secretly. Lu Ming had become stronger. The hope of them taking revenge and defeating Lu Ming had become slimmer. Behind the black-robed middle-aged man, the smile on the young man's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Interesting. The black-robed middle-aged man also revealed a surprised expression. Lu Ming looked at the cold and arrogant young man indifferently. Is this your strength? Is this the capital you have to be arrogant? You can't even take a single move from me, how laughable. You keep calling me trash, then what are you? His voice was indifferent and full of disdain. Brat, you're dead. The arrogant young man's face turned red and he let out an angry roar. He glared at Lu Ming coldly, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Buzz! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He took a step forward and, like a flash of light, his figure appeared in front of the cold and arrogant youth in an instant. He slapped him. You dare! The cold and arrogant youth was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to dare to attack again. In a hurry he tried his best to block, but how could he block it? He was sent flying by Lu Ming's slap. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming flew up and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took 7 consecutive steps, each one aimed at the cold and arrogant youth's face. Bang! Bang! 7 consecutive steps landed on the young man's face, leaving a row of footprints on his face. The young man's body was like a meteorite, directly falling into the core lake. With a boom, the cold and arrogant youth's body fell into the geocentric lake, causing thousands of waves. He could no longer be seen. CSI. Gasps were heard. Lu Ming was so bold. He wouldn't have killed the prodigy of the continent of divine ruins, would he? The next moment, a ripple came from the core lake, and the cold and arrogant youth rushed out. At this moment he was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his body was in tatters. His face in particular had a row of clear footprints. Blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth, eyes, and nostrils. It was truly a tragic sight. Ah, bastard, I want you dead. Men, kill him. Kill him. The cold and arrogant young man shouted hysterically. Enough! A cold voice rang out. It was the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice caused the arrogant youth to stop. Elder, this person is extremely audacious. Quickly attack and kill him. I said enough. The black-robed middle-aged man frowned and his voice turned cold. The cold and arrogant young man's body turned cold and he didn't dare to say anything. They've already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. Don't you find it embarrassing to make such a big fuss? Back down. The black-robed middle-aged man berated. The arrogant young man's expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Lu Ming coldly and retreated with hatred. What's your name? The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Lu Ming, very good. With your cultivation and combat strength, you are qualified to participate in the disciple selection of the deity sect. You can go to the Divine Ruins continent with us. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Elder, but his bloodline is only at the 8th level of the divine level. The cold and arrogant youth said. Shut up. The black-robed middle-aged man chided, forcing the arrogant youth to shut up. To the big sects of the Yuanlu continent, although bloodline is very important, it is not the only standard to determine talent. Other aspects are also very important. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Senior, I'm sorry, I don't want to go. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the black-robed middle-aged man. Everyone was stunned by his words. Lu Ming had the chance to participate in the selection of the major sects in the Yuan continent. Now he actually did not want to go. Even the black-robed middle-aged man was stunned. He could not believe that someone would reject such an opportunity. Why not? The black-robed man asked. Lu Ming cast a glance at the cold and arrogant young man and said, The Divine Ruins continent, if everyone is like this, then I don't have to go. Ha ha ha. The black-robed middle-aged man smiled. He understood that Lu Ming was unhappy. Lu Ming, the deity sect seems to be placing great importance on the selection of disciples this time. Once you are selected, you may be put in an important position. Also, the Gate of God also places great importance on this selection. As long as you are selected by the deity sect, the Gate of God will also reward you heavily. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming and smiled gently. He was indeed stunned by Lu Ming's combat strength. It was rare to see someone with an 8th-level divine bloodline having such combat power. Also, the black-robed middle-aged man looked at the arrogant youth and said, Mu Feng apologized to Lu Ming. What? Elder, you're asking me to apologize to him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The cold and arrogant youth screamed. Is that so? The black-robed man's eyes were sharp as he stared at Mu Feng. Mu Feng's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and his expression kept changing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I was wrong just now. Then he turned around and walked away. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered. Lu Ming, how is it? The black-robed middle-aged man said. Senior is so sincere, how can Junior refuse? Lu Ming said. He had rejected the offer just now because he was unhappy, but he did not want to miss such an opportunity. All right, then the 2 of you will board the ship with us and head to the Divine Ruins continent together, the black-robed man announced. Senior, please wait a moment. This junior still has one more thing to do. It will only take a cup of tea's time. Lu Ming spoke again. All right, it's fine. The black-robed middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned around, his gaze fixed on one person. Emperor God. Buzz. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He approached the Emperor God in an instant and struck his palm at him. Killing the Emperor God. The Divine Emperor's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly make things difficult for him on such an occasion. Oh! In his shock, he activated his space intent and used transient step to retreat. However, Lu Ming's palm pierced through the space, and the terrifying power rushed toward the Emperor God. Block it! The Emperor God was shocked and roared in his heart. He tried to resist with all his power and operated the space will to the extreme. Boom! A terrifying force gushed out, and the Emperor God's body flew 1,000 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to attack the Emperor God. Lu Ming! A long howl resounded between heaven and earth. A dazzling golden light bloomed, and a shocking sword chi appeared in the sky, slashing toward Lu Ming. It was Di. The sovereigns were gathered today, and he was naturally present. However, Lu Ming's sudden attack on the Emperor God was beyond his expectations. At this moment he was filled with killing intent and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Di, why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Demonic chi filled the sky. A vast demonic light destroyed Di's sword chi. Xiao Wan appeared in front of Di. Xiao Wan, get lost! Di shouted and rushed toward Xiao Wan. As a junior, don't you know how to respect your seniors? Xiao Wan smiled faintly and fought with Di. Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. He exerted his extreme speed and quickly approached the Emperor God. The Emperor God tried to run away by operating his space will. Seal! 9 seals of the Divine Gate, Lu Ming said indifferently. He cast the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. 2 gates of sealing condensed on the left and right sides of the Emperor God. They shone with brilliant light and pressed down on the Emperor God. The Emperor God felt the space around him was like a swamp, making it difficult for him to move. Space chaos. The Emperor God's eyes were red. He roared madly and tried to escape by self-mutilating. But to his despair, another sealing door appeared behind him and enveloped him. 3 sealing gates. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming had also achieved a breakthrough in the 9 seals of the Gate of God, and was able to form 3 sealing gates. No! The Emperor God screamed in fear. He couldn't escape. Lu Ming strolled forward and punched Di Shun's dantian. A terrifying force gushed in and pierced through Di Shun's dantian. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Stop! The Emperor God's angry voice came from above. Stop? Haha, why didn't you stop when you went to kill me? Lu Ming laughed. His palm was like a knife, and he chopped off the Emperor God's head, cutting it in half. The Emperor God, who stood at the top of the younger generation in the East Baron and ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents in the East Baron, was dead. Boom! There was a loud boom in the sky. Di and Xiao Wan exchanged a blow, but they retreated far away and did not continue to fight. Di's eyes looked at Lu Ming very coldly. His murderous intent was so strong that it could not be dispersed. Lu Ming sneered and looked at Di. Didn't Di want to take him down and deprive him of his 9-dragon bloodline because of his high cultivation? Then I'll kill his strongest descendant now to collect some interest. Haha, Lu Ming, good kill. This is how a man should be. Take revenge. Xiao Wan laughed loudly, causing the members of the royal Xia family to have ugly expressions. Di, I'll kill Di Shun today, and I'll kill you in the future. Lu Ming spoke, his voice spreading out like a storm. The people of the Divine Wilderness continent were shocked. Just now, Xiao Wan had fought with Di for a short time and displayed amazing combat power, which was far beyond that of an ordinary emperor, which shocked them. However, Lu Ming's courage was even more shocking. He said that he would kill Di in the future. Di was so powerful, and Lu Ming was so confident. I'll be waiting, Di said coldly. He glanced at Xiao Wan and the people from the continent of the Divine Ruins, then turned around, took a step and disappeared. Interesting. The black-robed middle-aged man muttered, feeling that this was even more interesting. Senior, I've finished my business. Lu Ming came to the black-robed middle-aged man and cupped his fists. The black-robed man nodded. Senior, this junior has a question to ask. At this moment a voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Long Chun. What do you want? Go ahead and ask. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Senior, if I am chosen by a large sect in the Yuan continent to be their disciple, do I have to head to the Yuan continent immediately? If I want to return to the Divine Wilderness continent to settle some personal matters, I will need some time. Is that allowed? Long Chun asked. The others, including Lu Ming, had the same expression. This question was exactly what he wanted to ask. Ha ha ha, you're really delusional. Who do you think you are? The major sects of the Yuanlu continent will choose you? I'm only giving you a chance by letting you go, but the hope is slim. You're overestimating your own abilities. Before the man in black could answer, Mu Feng sneered and looked at Long Chun with disdain. Long Chun glanced at Mu Feng indifferently, then ignored him and continued to look at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black frowned. It was obvious that he did not like Mu Feng's temper. He glared at Mu Feng coldly, causing Mu Feng's expression to change, and he shut up obediently. The big sects in Yuanlu are naturally reasonable. They will definitely allow this. After all, you can only go to Yuanlu after you've finished all your private affairs. Only then can you focus on your cultivation. The middle-aged man in black clothes said, giving a definite answer. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he had been chosen by a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he would definitely have to come back to settle some matters. First of all, he would not be at ease if Di did not so severe it. In addition, his second body was still cultivating in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. When he went to the Yuan continent in the future, he would definitely bring his second body along. Do you guys have any more questions? Let's ask them together to avoid any doubts. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that there was no more. All right, since there's nothing, let's board the ship, the black-robed middle-aged man said. He then turned around and flew onto the warship. Lu Ming and the other Tulivir people also flew onto the warship one by one. The warship was huge and extremely wide. The deck was a few thousand meters long and wide. Behind the deck was a door with some houses and the like. Mu Feng's cold gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest, especially Xian Yanjuan and Xian Yanqing. He snorted coldly and took the lead to walk through the door. Brother Lu, I'm Yi Chuan. At this moment, a young man came to Lu Ming and cupped his fists. Lu Ming recognized them. They were the two young men who had been following behind the middle-aged man in black. They had a gentle smile on their faces. Brother Yi, what's the matter? Lu Ming said. Haha, it's nothing big. It's just that I admire Brother Lu's combat strength, so I want to make friends with you, Yi Chuan said with a smile. Brother Yi, you're too polite. How can such insignificant skills be compared to the Divine Ruins continent's prodigies? Lu Ming was polite. Yi Chuan smiled and lowered his voice. Brother Lu, Mu Feng is a narrow-minded person. If you go to the Divine Ruins continent, Brother Lu, you have to be careful of this person's secret tricks. Chapter 1192 Departure. Oh, thank you for your reminder, Brother Yi. Oh, Lu Ming cupped his fists. Haha, you're welcome. Brother Lu and this young lady, please. This cross-sea airboat is not small. There's something else inside. I will show you around, Yi Chuan said with a smile. Since Yi Chuan was so enthusiastic, Lu Ming could not reject him. Together with Xian Yanqing, they followed Yi Chuan through the main entrance. Of course, Tuobashir had been following behind Lu Ming. Now that the 100 Beast tribe had surrendered to Lu Ming and Tuobashir had been defeated by him in one move, he admired Lu Ming very much and had become Lu Ming's subordinate. This warship was really big. It had everything: living rooms, cultivation places, pill refining rooms, and equipment refining rooms. There were even restaurants where one could order food and drink, but one had to pay with raw stones. Yi Chuan brought Lu Ming and the rest on a tour, which broadened their horizons. In the end, Lu Ming and the rest randomly chose a room to stay in. Even though the cross-sea flying ship was extremely fast, the distance between the Divine Wilderness continent and the Divine Ruins continent was really quite far. Even with the cross-sea flying ship, it would still take a month to fly. Hence, they would have to spend this time on the ship. Boom! 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 The ship's body trembled slightly as the ship started to fly towards the north. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sky above the geocentric lake. After the ship started flying, it completely stabilized as if it was on flat ground. Lu Ming entered the room and closed his eyes to rest. Half a day later, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing went to the restaurant to get something to eat. When he arrived at the restaurant, he saw a few familiar faces. Shi Du and Kong Lin were sitting at the same table. After seeing Lu Ming, a deep fear flashed in their eyes. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated Mu Feng with one move. His combat strength had shocked them. Lu Ming also saw Long Chun sitting alone at a table, slowly drinking wine. Lu Ming saw two bald heads at another table. It was Moonless and the unscrupulous monk. At this time, Moonless was slowly sipping her tea, while the unscrupulous monk picked up a large piece of monster meat and gnawed on it, his mouth full of oil. When he saw Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, the monk shouted, "Almsgiver Lu Monsieur, come this way please, my treat." "Master, please go ahead. I won't disturb you any longer." Lu Ming smiled and walked to the side with Xian Yanqing. On the other side of the table, a beautiful woman in white was sitting alone. It was Xian Yanjuan. Seeing Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan's cold gaze fell on Xian Yanqing. He said coldly, "When we return to the Divine Wilderness continent, I will definitely take you down with my own hands and seal you back into the 9 underworlds demon territory." "You? Don't worry. There's no need to return to the Divine Wilderness. In the Divine Ruins, I will trample you under my feet," Xian Yanqing retorted. Then he pulled Lu Ming to a table at the side, ignoring Xian Yanjuan. At the entrance of a passageway, Mu Feng witnessed the scene. It turns out that these two beautiful women who look almost identical are not in the same group. They seem to have a grudge. Then I'll take down the woman in white first. As for Lu Ming and the woman in black, when we reach the Divine Ruins continent, humph. Mu Feng snorted. Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan were a pair of beautiful sisters with unique temperaments. Mu Feng's heart was burning with passion. At first, he thought that Xian Yanjuan was on Lu Ming's side when he saw how close Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming were. He was afraid of Lu Ming and did not dare to take any action. However, now that he saw that Xian Yanjuan was not on Lu Ming's side, his heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Mu Feng smiled charmingly and walked towards Xian Yanjuan. He stopped in front of Xian Yanjuan's table and said, "Young lady, may I sit here?" Xian Yanjuan glanced at Mu Feng coldly and did not say anything. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed as he sat down and said, "My name is Mu Feng. I believe you have heard of me. There are many things that you need to pay attention to on your trip to the Divine Ruins continent. The Divine Ruins is not like the Divine Wilderness. The Divine Wilderness is a small place, but there are many experts and geniuses in the Divine Ruins. I can tell you about the things that you need to pay attention to in case you take a wrong path." Mu Feng spoke with a hint of pride in his tone. "You're from a small place, so you should be more careful when you get to a bigger place. But it's okay, I can give you some advice." In Mu Feng's heart, the fact that he was willing to tell Xian Yanjuan all this was already a sign that he was taking good care of her. "Get lost." Xian Yanjuan's cold voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Mu Feng's words came to an abrupt end. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Young lady, what are you saying? Get lost, can't you hear me?" Xian Yanjuan said coldly. He looked at Mu Feng with a hint of disgust. "How dare you, you bitch. I was kind enough to give you advice, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness and even dare to insult me. Now kneel down and apologize." Mu Feng's face was extremely gloomy as he coldly rebuked. His heart was filled with anger. In the beginning, Lu Ming was the one who had the audacity to injure him. He was filled with anger. Now, even a mere Xian Yanjuan dared to berate him like that. Who did he think he was? Xian Yanjuan glanced at Mu Feng with disdain, then stood up and left. Since Mu Feng was still shamelessly refusing to leave, she had no choice but to leave. "Bitch, if you want to leave, kneel down and admit your mistake. Be my maidservant for 3 years." Mu Feng shouted coldly as he threw a palm at Xian Yanjuan. Xian Yanjuan turned around and struck out with his palm. Bang! The two palms collided. Xian Yanjuan's body trembled and he was forced to take 5 steps back. Mu Feng, on the other hand, took 3 steps back. 4th level spiritual god realm. You're quite capable. However, you've only just broken through to the 4th level spiritual god realm and you want to fight me? It's still too early. Mu Feng's expression changed at first. Clearly, He did not expect that the divine wilderness continent would first produce an expert like Lu Ming. Now this woman's cultivation was also so profound, reaching the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. However, Mu Feng's expression immediately turned cold, and the fire in his eyes became even more intense. Buzz! Buzz! Mu Feng's palm continued to attack Xian Yanjuan. Whoosh! At this moment, a wine cup broke through the void and flew towards Mu Feng's face. The wine cup brought with it a terrifying wind that disrupted Mu Feng's palm technique. Who is it? You're looking for death. Mu Feng smashed the wine glass into pieces. He scanned the scene coldly and finally stopped at Long Chen. The wine cup had just flown out of Long Chen's hand. Kid, it's you. Mu Feng stared at Long Chen coldly. Let her go. Long Chen said calmly. Haha kid, who do you think you are? Overestimating yourself. I'll cripple you right now and see how much you're worth. Mu Feng shouted coldly. He was furious. These pieces of trash from the divine wilderness continent did not even put him in their eyes. They were simply detestable and deserved to die. Did they really think he was a pushover? First it was Lu Ming, then Xian Yanjuan, and now it was Long Chen. The killing intent in his heart was already incomparably thick. Continent group of the Divine Ruins. With his talent, even though he was a prodigy in the Divine Ruins continent, he was not considered the top. His status was very awkward, which was why he applied to come to the Divine Wilderness continent. Oh! He had originally thought that he could show off in the Divine Wilderness continent, suppressing all the so-called elites of the Divine Wilderness continent beneath his feet. In his imagination, wouldn't these country bumpkins of the Divine Wilderness continent try to curry favor with him, and even have beautiful women throw themselves into his arms? However, the reality was far from what he had imagined. From the beginning, he had been beaten up badly by Lu Ming. However, the elder seemed to value Lu Ming's talent and wanted him to apologize. And now Xian Yanjuan and Long Chen were still the same. He was going to make a move. He was going to cripple Long Chen with a thunderous method and make an example of him. He was going to make the rest of the Divine Wilderness continent fear him, and make Xian Yanjuan obediently throw herself into his arms. He strode toward Long Chen. At the side, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, the unscrupulous monk, Du, and the others watched with interest. Long Chen was now engaged to Xian Yanlin, and Xian Yanjuan was her sister. If something happened to Xian Yanjuan, Long Chen naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Mu Feng was about to fight Long Chen. They were curious if Mu Feng could test Long Chen's strength. Swish! Mu Feng was very direct. He directly attacked Long Chen with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled, and the force of his attack surged in the restaurant. However, this was inside the ship. The ship was made of an extremely hard metal, and its entire body was engraved with runes. Even an emperor would not be able to destroy it easily, so it could naturally block the force. Get lost! Long Chen sat still and struck out with his palm. Bang! The two palms collided, and Mu Feng was forced back 7 or 8 steps. Long Chen, on the other hand, was still sitting there motionless. Damn it! You're courting death! Mu Feng roared. His face turned red, and his aura became even more violent. The blood vessels appeared above his head. He shouted and attacked Long Chen again. Apart from the bloodline fusion, this was his strongest move. He did not believe it. He did not believe that the people of the Divine Wilderness continent were so strong. Long Chen stood up. One of his arms suddenly became twice as thick as usual, and he threw a punch. This punch was extremely destructive. It destroyed all of Mu Feng's attacks and landed on Mu Feng's palm. Gotcha! Mu Feng's palm was completely deformed. He let out a scream and his body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. He hit the wall heavily and blood spurted out of his mouth. On the side, the unscrupulous monk, Du, and the others focused their eyes on Long Chen, their eyes filled with solemnity. Long Chen's combat strength has become stronger again. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had used the same move to defeat Tuobashir in the Holy City. Now, he had defeated Mu Feng with the same move. he still gave off an unfathomable feeling. Other than the people from the Divine Wilderness continent, the people from the Divine Ruins continent were even more shocked. It seems like the Divine Wilderness continent has produced a few impressive elites. Some people from the continent of the Divine Ruins side. Get lost. Long Chen's eyes fell on Mu Feng. Mu Feng struggled to get up. His eyes were about to spit fire. He was so aggrieved. He had originally thought that he could show off in the Divine Wilderness continent, but he had never expected to be beaten up. You guys you wait. Mu Feng left with his tail between his legs. Long Chen sat down and continued to drink, and the scene returned to peace. Lu Ming, are you confident in going up against Long Chen? Xian Yanqing sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head and sent a voice transmission. I know too little about Long Chen. I don't know what his bloodline is. We don't even know his exact cultivation level, so it's hard to measure it. It seems that you have an opponent. Xian Yanqing smiled. Don't worry. In the future I'll suppress all enemies. The man you like will be invincible. Lu Ming smiled, full of confidence. How could he be so confident? When his 9-dragon bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline both advanced to divine level 9, his combat power would be greatly improved. He would be invincible in a battle of the same level. You're so smug. Xian Yanqing blushed and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. However, his eyes were filled with a happy smile. After eating and drinking for a while, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing paid the bill and left. They strolled around the ship for a while before coming to the deck. Outside, the wind was howling. With the speed of the cross-sea flying ship, the wind formed by breaking through the space was terrifyingly powerful. As long as anyone below the spiritual god level came to the deck, they would be crushed into pieces by the storm. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing released their vital essence to block the storm and looked around. What came into view was an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the ocean the wind howled, and under the ocean there were thousands of waves that were 10,000 meters high. It was a spectacular sight. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing held hands and looked at the spectacular scene together. A month's time was very short to cultivators. It passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, they had already arrived at the continent of the Divine Ruins and entered its boundary. The Divine Wilderness continent's paragons gathered on the deck and looked down at the magnificent rivers and mountains. What a dense heaven and earth spiritual qi. There's a dense origin qi mixed in the spiritual qi. Tuoba Shur took in a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. That's right, this kind of cultivation environment is much better than the Divine Wilderness continent. Even if an emperor were to cultivate here, it would be much easier to break through. The conditions are much better than the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming sensed carefully. The Divine Ruins continent was not only rich in spirit qi and origin qi, but it also seemed to be easier to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. Cultivating in such an environment would naturally be faster, and there would be more experts. It is said that the Divine Ruins and the Yuan continent are still thousands of miles apart. I really don't know what the cultivation environment of the Yuan continent is like. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The warship flew quickly in the sky, and endless majestic mountains and rivers passed below. 2 days later, a vast ancient city appeared in front of them. Everyone, that ancient city is where the southern deity palace of the Divine Gate is located. You will be staying there for nearly 3 months. The black-robed man said. I'll roughly tell you the process of the Tian Shan sect's selection of disciples this time, as well as the situation of the Divine Ruins continent. In the Divine Ruins continent, the Gate of God is the most respected. The Gate of God is also divided into 4 divine palaces: north, south, east, and west. However, the 4 divine palaces each govern a region, and have been governed separately for countless years. Therefore, although the 4 divine palaces now all belong to the Gate of God, they can actually be considered 4 forces. They compete with each other and even fight. And in the 4 directions of the Divine Ruins continent, there are a total of 42 continents, called the Divine Ruins Continent Cluster. The 4 great divine palaces are each in charge of one direction. The Divine Wilderness Continent is in the south of the Divine Ruins Continent and belongs to my South Deity Palace. There are a total of 9 continents, and we have to wait for the elites of the 9 continents to gather together and head to the ancient city of the Divine Ruins 3 months later. The black-robed man explained in detail. Chapter 1194, Starting a Conflict. Everyone nodded. So that was the case. Oh. As for the Divine Wilderness Continent's paragons, they were secretly shocked. In the 4 directions of the Divine Ruins Continent, there were a total of 42 continents. The vast Divine Wilderness Continent was actually just one of them. It was truly shocking. It was said that there were many such continents in the entire primordial realm. It was simply uncountable, and it was really unknown how big the primordial realm was. Alright, that's all I have to tell you. As for the details of the selection of the heavenly god sect's disciples, I'll tell you when the 9 continents gather. Now we need to fly into the South God Palace. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he stepped out and flew out of the ship. Mu Feng, Yichuan, and some other people from the Divine Ruins Continent, including Lu Ming and the others, flew out to look at the sea-crossing spaceship. Then the cross-sea spaceship changed direction and flew in another direction. They stepped on the air and flew toward the South God Palace. The ancient city in front of them all belonged to the South God Palace. It was extremely vast and countless people lived there. When the guards of the ancient city saw the black-robed middle-aged man, they bowed respectfully and entered the ancient city without any obstructions. The ancient city was really too big. It was like a small world inside with mountains, rivers, and lakes. Soon they landed on a square. Wait here for a moment. Someone will come to arrange your accommodation soon. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Then he rose into the air and disappeared. Beside him, Mu Feng's face was cold. He took out a jade transmission talisman and sent a message out. Then he sneered. Soon, 2 middle-aged strong men flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. You must be the elites from the Divine Wilderness Continent. Come with us, we will arrange your accommodation. Having said that, he rose into the air, followed by Lu Ming and the rest. There were 2 mountain peaks not far from the square. The 2 mountain peaks were connected together. There were 2 peaks, one tall and one short, like brother peaks. From a distance, one could see courtyards built on the 2 peaks. The 2 brawny men led them and flew towards the tall mountain. In a flash, they landed on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was filled with dense spirit chi and origin chi. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and spirit beasts ran around. The environment was very good. There were some courtyards built in the forest. This mountain peak is called General Peak, and that short mountain peak is called Soldier Peak. It's as if the soldiers are paying respects to their general. One of the brawny men introduced. Lu Ming and the rest looked over. Indeed, the short mountain peak looked like a soldier paying his respects to the general. From their side they could see Soldier Peak. You can choose any courtyard you want to stay in. Alright, I've brought you the location. We'll be leaving, a brawny man said. Then the 2 brawny men left. I have rice hair. This little monk will choose this courtyard. Junior sister Moonless, do you want to live with me? The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha and walked toward a side courtyard. Before he left, he glanced at Moonless and asked. Moonless directly ignored the unscrupulous monk and entered another courtyard. There were many courtyards here, and they could choose at will. Each of them chose their own courtyard. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing strolled around. They chose a courtyard near the cliff and walked in. The courtyard was elegant, and there were several rooms that could accommodate several people. The environment was also elegant, and the 2 were quite satisfied. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the rest had been in the South God Palace for 3 days. On this day, outside the ancient city, another ship flew across the sea, and a group of people flew out. This is the Southern Deity Palace of the Divine Ruins Continent? In the crowd, there were more than a dozen young men. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the ancient city in front of them with excitement and anticipation. After that, they flew into the ancient city and landed on the square, just like Lu Ming and the rest did previously. Not long after, A young man and a man in his prime flew over. The young man was Mu Feng. My friends from the Shan, continent, your accommodation has been arranged. Please follow us. Mu Feng said. The heaven's favorites from the Shan, continent nodded. There were 15 of them, and they followed Mu Feng and the young man in a certain direction. The direction they were heading in was also the direction where Lu Ming and the rest were staying. However, they did not reach General Peak but Soldier Peak. They landed on Soldier Peak. Brother Mu, I think the scenery on that mountain peak is better. Can we stay on that mountain peak? A young man from the Shun, continent looked up at the General's Peak and asked. Brother E, I'm sorry. That mountain has already been occupied by a person from a continent. Mu Feng laughed. There's a continent to live in? Which continent is it? Not only the young man, but the other young men from the Shun, continent also changed their expressions. Soldier Peak was obviously shorter than General Peak, and they had to look up at it, which made them very uncomfortable. It's the people from the Divine Wilderness continent. The mountain that the Divine Wilderness continent lives on is called General Peak, and this mountain is called Soldier Peak. Mu Feng explained. General Peak? Soldier Peak? How preposterous! Why did the people of the Divine Wilderness continent live on General Peak, while we live on Soldier Peak? Then what right does the Divine Wilderness continent have to live in the General's Peak? I've heard of the Divine Wilderness continent. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a ranking of the continents in the Divine Ruins. The Divine Wilderness continent is ranked far behind my Shun, continent. What right do they have to live there? Mu Feng's words caused a commotion among the heaven's favorites from the Shun continent. They all expressed their dissatisfaction. A general's peak and a soldier's peak. The meaning was obvious. Didn't that mean that their Shun continent would be the soldiers, while the Divine Wilderness continent would be the generals? Preposterous. Everyone, this is the arrangement of the South God Palace's elders. It's possible that the elders feel that the Divine Wilderness continent's paragons are stronger? However, in the South God Palace, everything is decided by strength. The stronger you are, the better the place you can stay in. Alright everyone, you can move in. This Mu will take his leave first. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he turned around and flew away with the middle-aged man. A smug smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. Divine Wilderness Continent, aren't you all very powerful? Then, I will let you have a taste of the skills of the God's Alligator Continent's Heaven's Pride. A cold smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. That's right, the arrangement of accommodation was arranged by Mu Feng through his connections. It was just a simple arrangement of accommodation, not too difficult. He had deliberately arranged for the Divine Wilderness continent to be at the General's Peak, and for a rather powerful continent, the Shun continent, to be at the Soldier's Peak. He wanted to stir up conflict between the two continents. If the Divine Wilderness continent did not let him have it easy, he would not let the people of the Divine Wilderness continent have it easy either. After Mu Feng left, the heaven's favorites from the Shun continent shouted angrily. Just now Mu Feng said that in the South God Palace, everything is decided by strength. The Divine Wilderness continent actually lives above our Shun continent. What right do they have? Since strength speaks for itself, then let the people of the Divine Wilderness continent get the hell out. The General's Peak is ours. Who's going to make the first move? I'll go. A mere Divine Wilderness continent. I alone am enough. In the end, a young man in scale armor walked out and stepped into the air, flying toward the General Peak. Chapter 1195 Croc God Continent. For the past 3 days, Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion, trying to gain insight into the realm of the heaven and earth, as well as comprehending martial arts techniques. The cultivation environment in the Divine Ruins continent was indeed better than that in the Divine Wilderness continent. He felt that cultivating here was easier than in the Divine Wilderness continent. Oh! Suddenly there was a violent explosion outside. Lu Ming opened his eyes, feeling a little surprised. There were people fighting outside, but who would be fighting here? Lu Ming got up and opened the door. When he saw Xian Yanqing walking out of his room, the two of them were a little surprised. They walked out of the courtyard and saw that the sky was bright and powerful not far away. In the air, some people were watching. The unscrupulous monk Yang Pati and Mingzi Tuobashir and the others were all there. On the other side, there were more than a dozen unfamiliar young men. Lu Ming looked at the battlefield. It was Shurdu fighting with a young man in scale armor. At this moment, the lion had already transformed into its original form. It was a mighty golden divine lion. Its entire body was shining with golden light, and golden flames were dancing. Compared to when he was in the holy city, Lion City was much stronger. His cultivation had also broken through to the third level of the spiritual god realm. With a long roar, the heavens and earth shook, and even the mountains trembled. However, at this moment Shurdu was at a complete disadvantage. The young man in the scale armor was obviously much stronger than Shurdu. He punched out again and again, causing the lion to roll in the air. What a majestic lion. Not bad, it's quite mighty. How is it? In the future, be my mount and follow this young master to eat and drink well. The youth's mocking voice rang out, causing Shurdu to be even more enraged. His roar shook the heavens. Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! In the distance, a figure flickered and flew over. Clearly, they were alarmed by the battle here. Many of them were young people. Lu Ming guessed that they might be geniuses from other continents or the South God Palace. Hehe, they really started fighting. Mu Feng sneered in the crowd. He had not gone far when he heard the commotion and came back to watch the show. Which two continents are they from? Someone asked. It's the Divine Wilderness continent and the Shan-Yi continent. Mu Feng replied. Oh, so it's these two continents. In ancient times, the Divine Ruins continent group used to have a ranking of continents. The Divine Alligator continent's ranking has always been very high, even charging into the top 10 when it was at its strongest, while the Divine Wilderness continent's ranking has always been below average. I wonder how it's doing now? I've heard that the Shan-Yi continent has always been very strong. Although they might not be in the top 10, they won't be too bad either. Most of the Divine Wilderness continent's heaven's favorites are not their match. That male lion from the Divine Wilderness continent is about to lose. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. Tuobashir, what's going on? Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing came to Tuobashir's side and asked. General Lu is from the Shan-Yi continent. They were originally assigned to live on Soldier Peak. Now they want to drive us to Soldier Peak and let them live on General Peak. Tuobashir explained. Lu Ming understood it in one sentence. The General's Peak was high and mighty, looking down on the Soldier's Peak. The proud heavens pride experts of the Shan-Yi continent were proud and arrogant. How could they be looked down upon by heavens pride experts of other continents? Boom! In the sky, even the lions were howling madly, but it was useless. The difference in combat strength was too great, and they were completely suppressed. Shurdu's cultivation was at the third level of the spiritual god realm, while the other party's cultivation was at the peak of the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. The difference was too great. Furthermore, there was no doubt that those who could participate in the Tianshan sex selection had awakened a bloodline that was definitely of the 9th divine level. Bang! After a few more moves, Shurdu was beaten to the point where he spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground of the General Peak. With such strength, you want to participate in the selection of the major sects of the Yuanlu continent? You're overestimating yourself. The scaled youth stood high in the sky and looked down at the lion capital. Even the lion roared in grievance, but its strength was inferior to the human. The other people from the Divine Wilderness continent did not look too good either. After all, they were all from the Divine Wilderness continent. No matter what kind of conflict they had in the Divine Wilderness continent, they were all together in the Divine Ruins. If even the lion was suppressed, they would lose face. The scaled youth's eyes were cold and arrogant as he continued to stare at Lion Capital. How is it? Be my mount. In your dreams. Even the lion roared. Then I'll beat you up until you become my mount. Haha. There's also a peacock with the bloodline of the 5 elements peacock. It's not bad either. I'll take it as my mount as well. This trip is quite rewarding. Towards the end of his speech, The scaled youth's gaze swept over Kong Lin's body, and a strand of fierce light flashed past. Then he continued to attack Lion City. Lion Capital, I'm here to help you. Kong Lin's expression was difficult. With a long hiss, he turned into a 5-colored peacock and pounced towards the scaled youth. Lion Capital saw this opportunity and cooperated with Kong Lin. The two of them joined forces to fight the other party. Hee, what's the point of joining hands? The scaled youth sneered, and a giant crocodile appeared above his head. 9 golden chakras glowed around the crocodile. Divine Beast, Crocodile Emperor. The scaled youth used bloodline fusion and transformed into a massive crocodile emperor. Lose! The emperor crocodile roared and its tail swept out like a divine whip, hitting Kong Lin. The 5 elements divine light on Kong Lin's body was broken at once. With a wail, the 5-colored feathers flew and his body was sent flying. At the same time, the crocodile emperor hit Shirdu with its palm, sending him flying. Shirdu and Kong Lin joined hands and were not the other party's match. You two pieces of trash. You can barely be used as a mount. You still want to resist? The crocodile emperor looked around and said in disdain. He then swept his gaze over Lu Ming, Ming Zi, Yang Patian, and the rest. I'll say it again. General Peak, our shunny continent is ours. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, we'll fight you one by one. How arrogant. Tuobashir licked his lips. He really wanted to go up and fight, but his cultivation had yet to break through to the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. He knew that he would not be a match for the other party. My hair. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and squinted his eyes. However, it was obvious that no one would leave this place easily. You're not going to get lost? Then I'll fight them one by one. The crocodile emperor's eyes flashed with ferocity. It glanced at the crowd and finally landed on Ming Zi. You're next. Just now you showed me your killing intent. Don't think I didn't sense it. Kneel down. The crocodile emperor was very domineering. As soon as it finished speaking, a beam of light shot out of its eyes and headed for Ming Zi. Dark Child's eyes turned cold as endless dark energy erupted. Within the dark energy, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. It was extremely horrifying. A blade appeared in his hand. It was a black scimitar with evil ghosts appearing on it. It was extremely realistic, as if they were going to climb out. Buzz! Ming Zi wielded his scimitar and smashed the light beam. At the same time, Dark Child rose into the air and stood in front of the Emperor Alligator. A powerful aura burst out. 4th level of the spiritual god realm. It was obvious that Dark Child had also made a breakthrough during this period of time, and stepped into the 4th level spiritual god realm. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. A cold voice came out of Dark Child's mouth. 4th level spiritual god realm. The divine wilderness continent has finally produced a decent person. However, he has just broken through to the 4th level spiritual god realm not long ago. He is still far from being able to fight me. The crocodile emperor's disdainful voice was heard. Chapter 1196, Smashing like a hammer. Bang! 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 Oh! The crocodile emperor's 4 limbs stepped in the air, making a loud noise as it crawled towards Ming Zi. Its scales glowed as it opened its mouth, looking very ferocious. Buzz! A huge claw came down on Dark Child. Dark chi grew thicker around Dark Child's body. The bloodline of the death god appeared above his head. Facing such a powerful enemy, Dark Child performed bloodline fusion and transformed into the god of death without any concealment. The death flame jumped and the Reaper's scythe slashed at the Crocodile King. Buzz! The Grim Reaper's scythe struck the Crocodile Emperor's claw, producing a clanging sound. Sparks flew in all directions. The Grim Reaper that Ming Zi had transformed into stepped in the void and retreated continuously. However, the Crocodile Emperor's body trembled, and it did not pursue him immediately. So it can directly attack the soul. Unfortunately, it's not powerful enough. What can it do to me? Kill. The Crocodile Emperor was a little surprised. Its body glowed immediately, and with an angry roar, it continued to attack Ming Zi. Mingzi's face changed. The death god's body began to separate and finally turned into 12 death gods, surrounding the crocodile emperor. Darkchild's Tulavir capital heaven battle formation. Buzz, buzz, whoosh, oh. Tulavir death god doppelgangers and Tulavir death god scythes slashed at the crocodile king. Small tricks. The crocodile emperor's voice came out. Its tail swept across thousands of soldiers and shattered the space. With a series of rumbles, 7 or 8 Grim Reapers were sent flying. The remaining Grim Reapers were also sent flying by the crocodile emperor's giant claw. The crocodile emperor only shook a few times. Light began to spread as if it was resisting the sole attack of the Grim Reapers. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to attack Darkchild. Bang! With a swing of its tail, one of the death gods exploded. Then the crocodile king spat out a beam of light, which killed one of the death gods. Darkchild was no match for his opponent. After more than 10 moves, he was completely suppressed. His 12 clones were defeated continuously. Soon, only one of the 12 death gods was left. It was torn apart by the crocodile emperor's claws. Mingzi's real body appeared and he retreated rapidly, spitting out blood. Darkchild was defeated. He was also no match. Can't even withstand a single blow. It seems like the strongest in the divine wilderness continent is only at this level. The crocodile emperor looked arrogantly at Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's expressions did not change. However, the rest of the people did not look too good. Even Darkchild had been defeated. The remaining people like the unscrupulous monk and Yang Patian were not confident at all. Their combat strength might not be able to defeat Darkchild. It seems like the divine wilderness continent is bound to lose. They don't have any exceptional paragons. That's right. I just don't know the ranking of the person who attacked you on the Shani continent. The peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. I'm sure that the Shani continent's ranking is not low. The Shani continent is not stupid. They will naturally send out experts. The surrounding people were discussing. Next, which one of you will make a move? The crocodile emperor continued to speak. It seemed that it was really going to fight them one by one. The expressions of the unscrupulous monk, Yang Patian, and the others changed, but they didn't say anything. Truly trash. How about this, all of you come at me together, and I'll take care of both of you. I'll let all of you be sincerely convinced and roll down General Peak. The crocodile emperor spoke arrogantly. He wanted everyone from the divine wilderness continent to attack him together. Oh, detestable. Tuobashir gritted his teeth with a menacing glint in his eyes. If not for the fact that he knew that he was no match for them, he would have charged forward. What's with that look? Not convinced? Then let's start with you. The Emperor Alligator glanced at Tuobashir with a cold light in its eyes. Its tail, which was covered with scales, whipped at Tuobashir. Chi-chi. The space was torn apart like paper as the tail whipped toward Tuobashir with a terrifying spatial storm. Tuobashir's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was only at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, a full level lower than his opponents. He was no match for his opponent's full strength. He gritted his teeth and was about to use all his strength to resist this move when a voice rang out. Let me do it. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared in front of Tuobashir. The dragon power in his body roared and his vital essence boiled. Lu Ming reached out his palm and grabbed the giant crocodile emperor's tail. I grabbed my tail with my bare hand, so break my arms. The crocodile emperor's eyes were ferocious, but the next moment it was shocked. His tail struck Lu Ming's palm heavily, but Lu Ming's palm and body did not move at all. His tail was caught by Lu Ming. Ha! Lu Ming exhaled and grabbed the crocodile emperor's tail with both hands. He lifted the crocodile emperor's huge body like a hammer and smashed it towards the mountain peak. Bang! The crocodile emperor's huge body smashed onto the general peak, causing the entire mountain to shake. Countless inscriptions appeared on the surface of the general peak to offset the terrifying force. If it wasn't for the protection of the inscription formation, the entire general would have been blown up without a single stone left. The rest of the people from the Shun-E continent were stunned, and the onlookers in the distance were also stunned. They had never expected that there would be someone so powerful in the divine wilderness continent, who could swing the crocodile emperor's huge body like a hammer. "It's not over yet, it's coming again," someone shouted. As expected, Lu Ming was not done after smashing it. He picked up the crocodile emperor's body and smashed it again. "Brat, let me go." The crocodile emperor roared and struggled madly. However, it was useless. At this moment, Lu Ming had burst out 8 streams of dragon power. His divine power was invincible, and the crocodile emperor could not struggle at all. Boom! The crocodile emperor's huge body smashed down again, shaking the ground above. Boom! 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 Then there were loud rumbles on the mountain peak. The crocodile emperor was smashed on the mountain peak and screamed. The divine wilderness continent's paragons, such as Mingzi Yongpatian, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Shirdu in particular was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ming was getting stronger. He was really violent. They silently mourned for the crocodile emperor. But in his heart he felt extremely comfortable. Wasn't the crocodile emperor very arrogant? Now he's going to be a dead dog, right? Boom! After being hit more than 10 times, the other party finally could not maintain the state of blood fusion and transformed back into human form. Lu Ming kicked the other party's face, sending him flying into the distance. A young man from the Shun continent flew out and caught him. Otherwise, no one knew where he would have flown to. Who would have thought that there would be such an expert in the divine wilderness continent? I really couldn't tell. This is interesting. It is the Shun continent's turn to have a headache. In the distance, some people were discussing. To them, no matter which side won, it had nothing to do with them. They were just watching the show. Humph, that kid does have some strength, but the real masters of the Shun continent have not appeared yet. Mu Feng snorted. Lu Ming's combat strength was within his expectations. Since Lu Ming could easily defeat him in the past, it was normal for him to defeat an expert at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm from the Shun continent. However, there were even more powerful cultivators on the Shun continent. How could he have made such an arrangement so simply? One of the top 10 Archean dragonesque elephant. As far as I know, there are at least 2 or 3 people who have reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm on the Shun continent. Mu Feng smiled and explained. There are as many as 2 or 3 of them who are above the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Some people gasped. Yes, it's just the beginning. Mu Feng sneered, and the sharpness in his eyes became stronger. The 5th level of the spiritual god realm was much stronger than the 4th level. At that moment, the heavens' favorites from the Shun continent were not looking good. Among them, a burly young man in golden armor stepped out. His eyes glowed with a golden light as he stared at Lu Ming. A powerful aura bloomed from him. Who would have thought that the divine wilderness continent would have such a decent expert? Not bad. The golden-armored youth coldly spoke. If you want to make a move, then make a move, no need to talk nonsense. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha ha, you're very arrogant, but... The golden-armored youth laughed heartily at first, but his eyes were cold and indifferent. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and landed on a courtyard in the forest. In front of the heavens' favorite of the Shun continent, you are still pretending to cultivate and act calm. It really makes me uncomfortable. So, I will deal with this guy first and then I will deal with you. After saying that, the young man in golden armor reached out his hand and grabbed at the air. A huge golden claw formed above the courtyard and grabbed towards the courtyard. He's attacking Long Chan. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and the corners of his lips curled up. He had long since discovered that Long Chan was the one living in that courtyard. Long Chan hadn't appeared since the beginning. He had been cultivating in the courtyard. It was obvious that the golden-armored young man had also noticed Long Chan. He was displeased that Long Chan was cultivating right under their noses. He wanted to take down Long Chan first before dealing with Lu Ming. It seems like I don't need to do anything. Lu Ming mumbled and retreated to Xian Yanqing's side. He was happy to be free. Get lost. When the golden hand was about to grab him, a cold shout came from the courtyard. A fist light flew out and shattered the golden hand. Buzz! A figure stepped out of the courtyard and appeared in the air. It was Long Chun. Were you the one who attacked just now? Long Chun's eyes were fixed on the golden-armored youth. Not bad. I didn't expect your cultivation to be. Buzz! Before the golden-armored young man could finish his words, Long Chun's figure had already approached the golden-armored young man at an extreme speed. He threw a punch at him. The pressure of this punch made the golden-armored youth's face change. In a hurry, he also threw out a punch. As the two fists met, the young man in golden armor's face turned red. His body was sent flying backward, and his arm trembled. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare to sneak attack me, despicable! The young man in golden armor roared, and a giant crocodile appeared above his head. Unlike the previous one, this giant crocodile was golden all over, as if it was made of gold. It was also a divine level rank 9 bloodline. The burly man in golden armor used bloodline fusion, and his aura became violent. This person was at the middle stage of the 5th level spiritual god realm, and was much stronger than the youth in the scaled armor. The golden-armored young man turned into a giant crocodile and pounced toward Long Chun. Boom! Long Chun's aura skyrocketed, and his 2 arms became twice as thick as usual. That's a dragon scale. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. On Long Chun's arms, which had become thicker, he saw scales that looked like dragon scales. Oh, could it be that Long Chun's bloodline is a true dragon? Lu Ming made a guess. Boom! Boom! Long Chun's hands continued to punch. The first punch sent the young man's tail flying. The second punch landed on the head of the crocodile, and the crocodile was forced back. Buzz! Long Chun took a step forward and closed in on the giant crocodile. He raised his huge fist and kept punching. The fist force broke through everything. The giant crocodile could not resist and was constantly hit by the fist. The golden-armored young man screamed in pain. Fuck! Another monster has appeared in the divine wilderness continent. He's so strong that even a 5th-level spiritual god realm expert is not his match? It seems like this person is the strongest person in the divine wilderness continent. Long Chun's battle prowess caused the surrounding spectators to tremble in shock. Humph! Mu Feng's expression was cold. He snorted, but his eyes were filled with shock. Long Chun was also someone he had to deal with, but his combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive punches, the golden-armored youth wailed in pain. Stop! On the Shani continent, a young man shouted, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Nonsense! If you want to fight, then let's fight together. Don't disturb my cultivation. Long Chun berated. Detestable, how arrogant! He's simply too arrogant. I suggest that we attack together and suppress this person. That's right, let's attack together. Long Chun's disdainful attitude made the young men from the Shun continent roar. Their eyes were red with anger. Each of them was a peerless heaven's favorite. On the vast Shun continent, they were the top experts. Even the Emperor realm experts would not dare to look down on them. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? All of them roared and wanted to attack together. Boom! Boom! At least 7 or 8 young men from the Shun continent had their bloodlines emerging from their heads. All of them had divine level rank 9 bloodlines, and all of them were giant crocodiles. Most of the people on the Shun continent had inherited the bloodlines of ancient crocodiles, crocodile emperors and crocodiles. A total of 7 youths used bloodline fusion to transform into crocodiles. 2 of them had especially powerful auras. A late-stage 5th-level spiritual god realm, and a peak 5th-level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell the cultivation of the young man from the Shun continent. Other than them, the others were all at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. As for those with lower cultivation, they did not make a move. The 7 masters turned into crocodiles and pounced at Long Chun. This should force Long Chun to use his full strength, including Lu Ming, All the other youths from the divine wilderness continent had a look of curiosity in their eyes. They wanted to see Long Chen's true strength. Long Chen's eyes also revealed a rare trace of fighting spirit. Roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard, and a huge creature appeared above Long Chen's head. It was a giant elephant, even larger than a mountain. However, the difference between this giant elephant and ordinary elephants was that it was covered in scales, which were like dragon armor. There were also 9 golden chakras around the huge elephant. However, the pressure emitted by the giant elephant was much stronger than the pressure emitted by other 9th-level divine-level bloodlines. This was the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. Someone has awakened the bloodline of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant? A surprised voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was Dandan. She seemed to have sensed the aura of the Dragon Star bloodline and appeared from the mountain and river diagram. Archean Dragonesque Elephant? Could he be a mixed blood of a true dragon and a divine elephant? Lu Ming was stunned. No, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant is an independent race. It has nothing to do with the real dragon. In fact, it's much stronger than the real dragon. This is because the Archean Dragonesque Elephant is as famous as the 9 dragons. It's one of the top 10 war beasts as I am, Dandan explained. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant is one of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Dragon Star was so powerful. It turned out that the bloodline it had awakened was one of the top 10 war beasts. Chapter 1198 Treasure Exchange Tower. The bloodlines of the top 10 beasts could be seen from the bloodlines of the 9 dragons. Oh, the 9 dragon bloodline was only at level 8 of the divine level, but the 8 streams of dragon power it contained, in addition to the devouring power, had an explosive combat strength that was already very shocking. Moreover, the most powerful ability of the 9 dragon bloodline was to devour and refine. It could refine all energy, even in 10 realms, to quickly improve cultivation and upgrade the bloodline. The 9 dragon bloodline played a huge role in Lu Ming's current achievements. One could only imagine how terrifying the Archean Dragonesque Elephant bloodline, which was on par with the 9 dragons, was. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant is famous for its combat strength among the top 10 battle beasts. It has infinite strength and can penetrate the world and suppress everything. It's terrifyingly powerful. This man has awakened the bloodline of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. He's amazing. Dandan sighed. Ow! The dragon and elephant let out a long roar, and its might spread out, causing the faces of the proud sons of heaven of the Shuan, continent to change. Boom! Long Chen transformed into a dragon elephant and stomped on the golden-armored youth's crocodile body. The golden crocodile exploded, and the golden-armored young man appeared. He was bleeding all over, and blood was spurting out of his mouth. It was obvious that Long Chen had been merciful. He had not killed him, but he had severely injured him. Ow! The Archean Dragonesque Elephant let out a long hiss and swept with its trunk. The bloodlines of 3 4th-level spiritual god realm geniuses crumbled one after another as their bodies were sent flying and they screamed in pain. Combine our strength. The strongest person on the Shun continent was in existence at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. He shouted and whipped his tail at the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. Bang! Bang! The Archean Dragonesque Elephant was surprisingly agile. It took 2 steps forward, and a terrifying energy burst forth, blocking its opponent. At the same time, its 2 tusks glowed, and 2 rays of light burst out like 2 heavenly blades. A few more Heaven's favorites, bloodline forms, were destroyed. They turned back into human form and flew out screaming. In the sky, only 2 5th-level spiritual god realm geniuses from the Shan continent remained. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant stepped out, shaking the sky. Its combat strength was extremely powerful. Although the 2 Heaven's favorites from the Shun continent tried their best, they could not resist it and were completely crushed. In just a few moves, the 2 of them cried out in pain. The power of their bloodlines dissipated, and they turned back into human form. They retreated madly, blood spurting from their mouths as they looked at the huge dragon elephant in the sky in fear. Buzz! The Archean dragonesque elephant shrunk, and Long Chun reappeared. He glanced at the geniuses of the Xuan continent and said coldly, "Get lost." The proud sons of heaven from the Xuan continent had ugly expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to stay any longer. They took the injured and left, returning to Soldier Peak. So powerful. Who is this person? He's so powerful that even a peerless genius at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm can't withstand a single blow. He's indeed too strong. To think that a mere divine wilderness continent would have such a person. Only the top 10 continents would have such combat power. It's really amazing. We have another strong opponent in the selection of disciples of the heavenly god sect this time. In the distance there were paragons from the other continents and the Divine Ruins continent. They looked at Long Chun with grave expressions. Oh, damn it. How can this person be so strong? Mu Feng gritted his teeth and his expression turned ugly. He had wanted the people from the Xuan continent to give the Divine Wilderness continent a good beating. He did not expect the result to be the complete opposite. Long Chun's face was calm. Without saying a word, he returned to his courtyard and continued cultivating. What a strange person. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. How is it? Are you confident? Xian Yanqing blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Did he mean that Lu Ming was not confident in defeating Long Chun? The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm and the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline are indeed freakishly strong. However, when have I ever lost in a battle of the same level? Lu Ming smiled confidently. He had a rough idea of Long Chun's strength. You're so smug. Xian Yanqing pouted, but he still had a smile on his face. As the two of them conversed, they returned to the courtyard and continued cultivating. There were less than 3 months before the selection of the disciples of the Tian Shan sect. Everyone wanted to seize the time to cultivate and improve their strength. The stronger they were, the higher the chance of being selected. Time flew by and half a month had passed. Lu Ming cultivated diligently every day and made great progress. He had improved a lot in all kinds of concepts. However, his earth concept was still at the peak of the lower tier of level 4, and had not entered the upper tier. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps to the 8th step in one go. The 8th step was already equivalent to the power of a high-grade divine level martial arts technique. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not unleash its full power. However, when he cast it, the power would undoubtedly be stronger, and Lu Ming's combat strength would be enhanced again. On this day, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing left together. It had been more than half a month since they came to the Divine Ruins continent's South Deity Palace, and they had yet to walk around. The two of them planned on walking around and experiencing the local customs of the Divine Ruins continent. They also wanted to see if there were any treasures, spiritual herbs, and materials that the Divine Wilderness continent did not have. They could buy some of them. In particular, some of the ingredients for the Nirvana elixir were already very difficult to find in the Divine Wilderness continent. However, in the Divine Ruins continent it might not be the same. Perhaps he could find some. The two of them flew out of the general peak and headed towards a bustling street. "Brother Lu, Monsieur, what a coincidence!" A voice came from the side. "Brother Yi." Lu Ming took a look. It was Yi Chuan. "Are the two of you planning to go shopping?" Yi Chuan said. "That's right. I've been here for half a month and I haven't even taken a look around." Lu Ming said with a smile. "Do the two of you have a place to go?" Yi Chuan asked. "No, I'm just looking around to see if I can buy some materials, spirit herbs and the like," Lu Ming said. "If it's ordinary spiritual herbs and materials, ordinary markets will have them. If it's rare materials and spiritual medicines, it's hard to find them in ordinary markets. I do know a place where you can obtain some very precious materials and spiritual medicines," Yi Chuan said. "Oh, what place is it?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Treasure Exchange Tower." "Treasure Exchange Tower?" Lu Ming was puzzled. As the name implies, the Treasure Exchange Tower is a place to exchange treasures. As long as you enter, you can take out treasures you don't need and exchange them for treasures you need from others. If someone needs them, they will naturally take them out to exchange. In this way, you can obtain some rare treasures. Yichuan explained. There's such a place? Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Haha, I was also going to the treasure exchange tower. Let me lead the way. Yichuan said generously. Yichuan led the way, and the three of them landed on a street. They walked along the street, took a detour and came to a huge building. It was a pavilion, but it was extremely wide and occupied a large area. It had 7 floors and reached straight into the sky. In front of many buildings there were cranes and chickens. The grid had red walls and green tiles. It was exquisitely carved and grand. On the side there was a plaque with 3 big words on it. Treasure Exchange Tower. Chapter 1199 Sky Thunder Wood. The Treasure Exchange Tower used to be a place for the older generation to exchange for treasures. However, recently the prodigies of the various continents have gathered. I heard that Ji Hongchen has reserved the entire place for the prodigies of the younger generation to exchange for treasures. Oh, Yichuan explained. Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were slightly stunned. Haha, Ji Hongchen is one of the 3 strongest heaven's favorites in our South God Palace. He is a peerless beauty. Perhaps he is on the highest level today. If there is a chance, we might be able to meet him. When Ji Hongchen was mentioned, Yichuan's eyes lit up. Lu Ming smiled and the 3 of them walked towards the Treasure Exchange Tower. The Treasure Exchange Tower had a total of 7 floors. One had to pay a certain fee to enter. To enter the first floor, one had to pay 1,000 raw stones per person. The higher the floor, the higher the number of raw stones needed to be paid. The 3 of them paid the fee and stepped into a door of light. That's right, the doors of the Treasure Exchange Tower were not ordinary doors. They were all teleportation doors. Entering meant being teleported in. After the 3 of them stepped through the portal, they appeared on the side of a hall. The hall was extremely spacious and huge. Rows of tables and chairs were arranged in the surroundings of the hall. At this moment, many people were already seated on those tables and chairs. In the middle of the tables and chairs there was a large open space. At this moment, a young man was standing in the open space, holding a treasure in his hand. A piece of flint star iron, a top-tier lever 7 blacksmithing material. It can be exchanged for 3 wind god pills. Whoever has 3 wind god pills can have this piece of flint star iron. The young man looked around and his voice spread throughout the hall. I happen to have 3 wind god pills. I'll trade with you. After a while, a young woman stood up, took out a jade bottle, and handed it to the young man. The young man opened the jade bottle and looked at it. He revealed a happy expression and said, "It's really the wind god pill. Thank you. This piece of Sway Star refined iron is for you." The young man handed the Sway Star refined iron to the young woman. They both got what they wanted and sat down with joy. The first level is for those whose cultivation is not high. There are rarely any high-quality items here. Let's go up, Yichuan said. Lu Ming nodded. He used his spiritual senses to scan the area and realized that most of the youths on this level were below the spiritual god level. The 3 of them walked towards another door of light. The passage between each level required a teleportation gate. There were also guards at the teleportation gate. The 3 of them handed over the Ori rocks and stepped into the teleportation gate. The layout of the second floor was exactly the same as the first floor, but there were fewer people. However, their cultivation was stronger than the first floor. In the first few levels, the 3 of them did not stop. Soon they arrived at the 5th floor. Brother Yi, do you still want to continue going up? I'll stay on this floor and see if there's anything I need. Yichuan said. Please go ahead, Brother Yi. We'll go up and take a look again. Lu Ming said. The materials required for the Nirvana elixir were extremely rare. The higher one went, the higher the cultivation level of the geniuses, and the higher the possibility of them appearing. Lu Ming intended to continue to move upwards. Good, I wish you good luck. You can exchange for what you need. Yichuan cupped his fists and walked to the hall. He sat down on a chair. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing continued to walk towards a door of light and arrived at the 6th level. On the sixth floor there were even fewer people. At a glance there were only about 50 people. Each one of them was a young man with a powerful aura. They all had the potential to become dragons and phoenixes. Obviously, they were all heaven's favorites from different continents. After reaching this floor, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not continue to go up. Instead, they walked towards the tables and chairs at the side of the hall. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed a few cold gazes sweeping toward them. "Oh, so you are from the Shan E continent." The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. He ignored the looks from the god's alligator continent's paragon and sat down at a table by the side. At this moment in the middle of the hall, there was a young man holding a treasure, wanting to exchange it for the treasure he needed. However, this young man asked several times but no one answered. It was obvious that no one had the treasure he needed. In the end, the young man sighed and left helplessly. After this person retreated, another person stepped forward with a milky white horn in his hand. This is the horn of a sacred light tiger. It's a top-grade 8th grade material, and can be exchanged for a low-grade divine grade movement technique. Whoever has it can take this sacred light tiger's horn. The man introduced. The treasures on the 6th floor are indeed of a much higher grade than the ones on the lower floors. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, the sacred light tiger's horn wasn't something that he and Xian Yanqing needed, so the two of them naturally didn't say anything. "I'll use a movement technique to exchange with you." A young man stood up and took out a secret manual. The two of them exchanged and both of them were happy. Following that, the young men and women stepped forward one by one, took out their treasures and told them what they needed. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to exchange for the treasures they needed. Some people would settle for second best, and if someone could afford a good price, they would sell it directly for a sum of raw gemstones. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked at it for half an hour. Unfortunately, they did not find the treasure they needed. "It seems like we have to go to the 7th floor to take a look." Lu Ming smiled bitterly at Xian Yanqing. "I have a piece of sky thunder wood with me. I want to exchange it for a purple smoke fruit." At this moment a voice was heard, jolting Lu Ming. "Sky thunder wood." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The sky thunder wood actually had a powerful thunder power. It was very effective to use it to comprehend the thunder mentality. One of Lu Ming's concepts was the thunder concept. If he used the sky thunder wood to comprehend it, he could save a lot of time on comprehending the thunder concept. However, Lu Ming did not have any purple smoke fruit. He frowned slightly. Fortunately, some of the other people present were also tempted, but no one said anything for a while. Clearly, there were no more purple smoke fruits. "Are there no purple smoke fruits?" The young man who took out the sky thunder wood asked with a disappointed expression. "Brother, is it possible to purchase it with raw stones?" Someone asked. The young man who took out the sky thunder wood pondered for a moment and said, "Since there's no purple smoke fruit, I'll buy it with raw stones. You can bid, and the one with the highest price will get it. I'll pay 500,000 raw stones." Someone immediately made a bid. "I'll pay 600,000. I bid 650,000. Soon the price rose steadily, and it was called to 800,000 raw stones. The thunder mentality was one of the 9 commonly seen mentalities. Naturally, there were many people who had comprehended it, and there were also many people who made bids. Therefore, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to make a bid. Very quickly, the price rose to 1 million raw stones. "I'll pay 2 million raw stones." At this time, a voice rang out, directly doubling the price. "It's him. He's a heaven's favorite from the Shan E continent." Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he recognized the young man who suddenly raised the bid. This person was the strongest expert on the Shan E continent. He was at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, but he was easily defeated by Long Chan half a month ago. "Oh." At this moment he was staring at the sky lightning wood with a burning gaze. This person's bloodline was that of a giant crocodile filled with lightning attribute. What he had comprehended was also the concept of lightning. Chapter 1200 Crocodile Warrior. The sudden increase of 1 million raw gemstones showed the determination of the god's alligator continent's prodigies. Many people chose to give in. However, there were still people who continued to bid. I'll bid 1 million. 2,200,000. There were still 2 more people bidding, raising the price to 2,200,000. 3 million. The paragon of the Shuan continent spoke again. His eyes were bright, and he was determined to win. He raised the price to 3 million. Kwang, since you want this sky thunderwood so much, I'll give it to you. The young man who had bid earlier said and withdrew from the competition. Kwang was the name of the most powerful heaven's favorite on the Shuan continent. Forget it. 3 million raw stones is not worth it. I'll stay and buy something else. The other young man shook his head and also gave up on the competition. Kwang's face revealed a smile. His thunder mentality had just reached a bottleneck. This sky thunderwood might be able to help him break through the bottleneck. Now that he saw no one competing with him, he was naturally overjoyed. Haha, since that's the case, I'll buy this sky lightning wood. He laughed. Wait a minute, I'll bid 5 million raw stones. At this moment a voice was heard, causing Kwang to stop mid-sentence. Then, his eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked at the person who spoke. It's you. Someone from the divine wilderness continent. Seeing the person who spoke, Kwang's eyes became even sharper. The one who made the bid was naturally Lu Ming. I'll offer 5 million raw stones. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, the sky lightning wood is mine. Lu Ming glanced at Kwang and said indifferently. I bid 4 million raw stones. Kwang gritted his teeth. 5 million. Lu Ming immediately added 1 million. Right now there was a mountain of raw gemstones in Lu Ming's storage ring. He had a lot of raw gemstones, so he would not even bat an eye if 1 million raw gemstones were added. Kwang's face darkened. 5 million raw stones had already exceeded his budget. Kid, you're determined to go against me, right? Kwang stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. What a joke, everyone naturally wants treasures, and you're not the only one who can use the sky lightning wood. I can also use it, so I naturally want it too. If you want it, then add the raw stone. If you don't have any, then shut up. Lu Ming said calmly. Kid, don't think that just because Long Chun has appeared in the divine wilderness continent, the rest of you trash can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, Long Chun isn't here. I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Kwang shouted in rage and turned hostile. During this period, Long Chen's name was also known, so Kwang knew about it. Idiot! Lu Ming pursed his lips indifferently. Everyone, is there any rule in the treasure exchange tower that we can't fight? Kwang's voice was heard. No, in the treasure exchange tower, there is indeed no rule that forbids us from fighting. Someone said with the attitude of watching a show. Alright, this person is deliberately provoking me and raising the price. I can only teach him a lesson and let him know that everyone's actions and words are linked to his strength. Without strength, there are some actions that can't be done and some words that can't be said. Kwang stood up and stepped forward, closing in on Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. It seems that Kwang has gone mad. That kid is most likely going to be abused. Someone sneered. Indeed, the divine wilderness continent's Long Chun is indeed strong in combat. But other than Long Chun, the others are all trash. It's normal for them to be abused if they want to use Long Chun's name to do as they please. It's only a matter of time before such a person is killed. A series of discussions sounded in the surroundings. Lu Ming heard all these discussions. Lu Ming was speechless. Since when did he use Long Chen's reputation to be so overbearing? Could it be that he had borrowed Long Chen's name to buy something at a high price? These people were too imaginative. Actually, this was no wonder. In the past, the divine wilderness continent had never been considered strong among the other continents, being below average. This time an existence like Long Chun had appeared. His combat strength was shocking. In the eyes of others, Long Chun was a special case. The rest of the divine wilderness continent were still trash. Now that a piece of trash was acting so arrogantly, They naturally thought that Lu Ming was using Long Chen's name to act tyrannically. "Humph, brat, if you leave this place now and give up on bidding with me, I'll let you leave," Yi Kuang said. In the end, he was still a little afraid of Long Chen. They lived near Soldier Peak and General Peak. He was afraid that Long Chen would find trouble with him later. Lu Ming shook his head. "Xiaoqing, why do I feel that our chances of winning are much higher if someone like him is participating in the selection of the deity sect?" "Think so too. Look, this person's face has become darker than a pig's liver." Xian Yanqing squinted his eyes and mumbled along with Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged words, which made Yi Kuang's face turn into the color of pig liver. "You're looking for death. I'll cripple you." Yi Kuang roared in anger. Sharp nails grew out of his claws and his palms were covered in scales. He looked like a crocodile's claw, and there were traces of lightning on it. Buzz! Yi Kuang clawed at Lu Ming's throat. It was as fast as lightning and unbelievably fast. This claw was terrifyingly powerful. Even an ordinary 7th-level spiritual god realm martial artist would be killed by it. Boom! Boom! The 8 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body burst forth. The muscles on his arms bulged as he threw a punch. Bang! A dull sound of impact was heard. Kacha! Kacha! Immediately, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yi Kuang groaned and his face changed. His body retreated rapidly. Dense inscriptions appeared on the ground of the hall, dispersing Yi Kuang's power. "This person is so powerful." On the side, the others were shocked and somewhat aghast. At this moment, Yi Kuang's claws were completely deformed and twisted. Clearly, Yi Kuang's 5 fingers had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. With one punch, not only did he block Yi Kuang's attack, but he also broke Yi Kuang's finger. Such power was shocking. "You're looking for death." Yi Kuang's embarrassment turned into anger. He roared and the aura of the peak 5th-level spiritual god realm erupted. At the same time, his bloodline appeared above his head. He transformed into a giant crocodile that was flashing with lightning. However, because he was in the treasure exchange tower, his giant crocodile's size was much smaller, unlike the mountain-like size outside. In this place, the giant crocodile's body had shrunk to 10 meters in length, but its power had not weakened at all. It was still terrifying. Yi Kuang roared and pounced at Lu Ming. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Lu Ming stood up and his 3rd bloodline emerged. His hair turned blood red and his endless killing intent enveloped Yi Kuang. Whoosh! His 3rd bloodline turned into a combat sword. Lu Ming held the sword and slashed. The ancient mine in the divine ruins. The sword light was like blood and filled with cold killing intent as it cut through the void. Poochie! Oh! In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the giant crocodile that Yi Kuang had transformed into was split into 2. The giant crocodile's huge body turned into energy light and dissipated. Within the light, a figure retreated rapidly, blood spurting in the air. It was Yi Kuang. At this moment his face was pale with horror. One of his arms had disappeared. He controlled his physical body and stopped the bleeding. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. At the scene, the other Young Heaven's favorites also revealed looks of shock and disbelief. One sword. With just one sword, Lu Ming had broken Yi Kuang's blood meridian fusion and cut off one of Yi Kuang's arms. Such combat strength was truly shocking. The divine wilderness continent was way too terrifying. First there was Long Chen. Now this young man gave off an even more unfathomable feeling. Initially, they had thought that the divine wilderness continent had only produced a powerful paragon like Long Chen by chance. The others were still trash. But now they realized that they were gravely mistaken. At first, Lu Ming did not even need to do anything. Long Chen alone had already dealt with the people from the Shun-Yi continent. Using your own words, everyone will have to pay the price for what he said. An arm is a lesson for you. Get lost. Lu Ming put away his 3rd bloodline. The aura on his body became calm again. He looked at Yi Kuang and said indifferently. Yi Kuang's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and disappeared from the teleportation formation. "Brother," Here are 5 million raw stones to buy your Sky Thunder wood. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and walked to the young man selling Sky Thunder wood. Good. You take the Sky Thunder wood. The young man was shocked. He quickly handed the Sky Lightning wood to Lu Ming and kept Lu Ming's storage ring. Sensing the powerful lightning energy in the Sky Thunder wood, Lu Ming smiled and returned to his seat. Little Qing, take a look and see if there's anything you need. We'll buy them all. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. But I need items that contain demonic aura. They might be rare. Xian Yanqing said. The exchange of treasures continued. However, they did not see the items that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing needed. After some time, Lu Ming walked to the middle of the hall and cupped his fists. Everyone, I'm Lu Ming. I need 9-leaf Ganoderma, Earth Emperor Essence, Emperor Bloodstone. Whoever has these treasures, feel free to name a price. Lu Ming will definitely find a way to get it. Lu Ming listed 5 types of materials in succession. They were the main materials for refining the Nirvana elixir. The Nirvana elixir required a total of the main ingredients. He had already collected 2 of them, and he still needed 5 more. These 5 are all extremely rare spiritual herbs and treasures. I don't have them on me. Indeed, I don't have any either. All the young men in the surroundings shook their heads, indicating that they didn't. After a while, everyone shook their heads. Lu Ming was a little disappointed and returned to his seat. Little Qing, shall we go to the top floor to take a look? Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded and left the place with Lu Ming. They walked towards the portal. This was the 6th floor, and there was another floor above it, the 7th floor. After crossing the portal, the 2 of them appeared on the 7th floor. On the 7th floor, there were even fewer people, only about 20 people sitting around. As Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing attacked, many eyes turned to them. However, most of them only glanced at Lu Ming and ignored him. Most of them stopped at Xian Yanqing. What a beautiful woman! I wonder which continent you're from. His appearance is no worse than Ji Hongqin's. Murmurs sounded. It's them, Lu Ming. In the crowd there was a person with a cold gaze. It was Mu Feng. He was also here. Mu Feng, you know them? Beside Mu Feng there was a handsome young man. He wore a jade crown and a gold thread shirt. He looked like a noble young master. At this moment he was looking at Xian Yanqing with a burning gaze. I know them. They are the Divine Wilderness Continent's elites. The man's name is Lu Ming, and the woman's name is Xian Yanqing. Mu Feng said. Divine Wilderness Continent? I've heard that Long Chen's combat strength is pretty good, but what about these 2? How is it? The noble young master said. That Lu Ming's combat ability is slightly stronger than mine. The woman should be average. Mu Feng deliberately said that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. Yeah, that woman is not bad. I never thought that there would be such a beauty in the Divine Wilderness Continent. The noble young master stared at Xian Yanqing, his eyes burning with passion. If cousin wants it, why don't you take it? Mu Feng suggested. That's good. After the treasure exchange is over, I'll send someone to bring this woman to my mansion, the noble young master said. His words were filled with great confidence, as if the decision he made was the only way things would happen. The 2 of them were using voice transmission, so Lu Ming did not hear them. However, he could still feel their gazes. Mu Feng. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he walked over to a table with Xian Yanqing. At the same time, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room. There were only 20-odd people on the 7th floor, but all of them were full of energy. They gave off a shocking aura, and it was clear that they were the cream of the crop. Among them, the aura of a few people made Lu Ming frown. He felt a sense of danger. What caught Lu Ming's attention the most was a lady sitting at the head of the table. She was wearing a fiery red dress that looked like a blooming flower. She was beautiful, but she also had a heroic spirit. She had a strange temperament, but it didn't stand out on her. Instead, it was very harmonious, forming a different kind of beauty. She was indeed beautiful, not inferior to the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. What's wrong? You can't take your eyes off a beauty, are you tempted? Xian Yanqing's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing teasingly. I don't have any. Xian Yanqing pouted. How can she be as pretty as you? Why would I be moved? Lu Ming said softly, causing Xian Yanqing to blush slightly. He gave Lu Ming an expression that said, at least you know your place. The two of them sat to one side. At this moment, a young man was taking out a treasure and wanted to exchange it with the others. It was indeed the 7th level. The treasures were indeed different. It was a piece of golden iron mother. It was very rare and was the best material to refine spirit weapons. Even Lu Ming was tempted. Unfortunately, he did not have what the other party needed. Soon the young man sighed and put it away. Then his palm glowed and a glistening yellow stone appeared. This is the Divine Ruins ancient mine. Someone said. That's right, it's precisely the Divine Ruins ancient mine. The young man replied. Everyone also knows that inside the Divine Ruins ancient mines, there might be peerless and rare treasures. Right now, I have 3 pieces in my hands, all obtained from the Divine Ruins interior. Now these 3 pieces I'll sell them all. Whoever offers the highest price will get it. 2 more yellow stones appeared in the young man's palm. There were 3 of them in total. Chapter 1202 Fight. Divine Ruins Ancient Mine? Oh. Lu Ming's expression changed. He was somewhat curious. Previously, when they took the cross-sea spaceship to the continent of the Divine Ruins for a month, they more or less had some understanding of the continent of the Divine Ruins. The reason why the continent of the Divine Ruins was called the continent of the Divine Ruins was that there were a few pieces of divine ruins on the continent of the Divine Ruins, known as the Ruins of Gods. Inside, it was very dangerous, but it was also filled with endless treasures and contained endless mysteries, so it was called the Divine Ruins. Legend had it that the Divine Ruins originally did not exist. Countless years ago, the sky split open, and countless things fell from the sky, forming the Divine Ruins. From the Divine Ruins, one could excavate a kind of ore called the Divine Ruins Ancient Ore. Within the ore, there might be supreme treasures. Some people took out supreme divine weapons, some took out supreme secret manuals, and some even took out the bones, blood, essence, and so on of supreme experts. They were all supreme treasures. Of course, there was a higher possibility that there was nothing inside. At the scene, no one made a sound. Buying the Divine Ruins ancient mine was like gambling. Buying it, one might not get anything. The chances of wanting to cut out treasures from the Divine Ruins ancient mine were too low. Beside Mu Feng, there seemed to be flames dancing in the eyes of the noble young master. His eyes were fixed on one of the ancient mines in the Divine Ruins, as if he had sensed something. Lu Ming, I suggest you buy it. There's something good in one of the old mines that might be of help to you. At this moment, Dandan's voice was heard. After this fellow entered the treasure exchange tower, he had been lying on Lu Ming's shoulder and did not make a sound. But now, he suddenly sent Lu Ming a voice transmission. You can sense the things in the Divine Ruins ancient mine. Lu Ming was stunned. It was said that the layer of glistening yellow ore outside the Divine Ruins ancient mine was very strange. It could block spiritual senses from scanning. If one did not cut open the ancient mine, the martial artist would not be able to know in advance if there was anything inside, let alone what it was. Only in very rare cases would he sense it. For example, the noble young master's bloodline was faintly beating. He felt that there was something in the old mine that matched his bloodline, which was why he could sense it. This old mine is mine. The noble young master's eyes were bright as he said, I'll bet 100,000 raw stones on my luck. 100,000 raw gemstones was not a high price, but it was not low either. If the 3 old mines were empty, the 100,000 raw stones would have gone down the drain. Haha Mujua, you're so rich. 100,000 raw stones is nothing to you. I'm not as rich as you, so I'm not betting. I'll forget it too. On the side, the other young men laughed. There were many ancient mines in the Divine Ruins in other places of the South God Palace. If one wanted to buy them, they could buy them at any time. Therefore, the others shook their heads and did not bid. This made Muju smile. If he could buy a raw gemstone with a treasure for 100,000 raw gemstones, he would make a huge profit. His heart trembled. I offer 200,000 origin stones. It's my first time seeing a divine ruins ancient mine. It's rather interesting. I'll try my luck too, Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming's words made Muju's eyes turn cold. I'll pay 300,000, Mujue said. Then I'll pay 500,000, Lu Ming said. This made Mujue's face even more unsightly. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, you're new here and shouldn't know the market price of the divine ruins ancient mines, right? Let me tell you, the outside world's legend is that the divine ruins ancient mines contain peerless treasures, but the chances of that are very small. 99% of the ancient mines are empty. If you buy it, you might lose out. You don't have to worry about that. Also, don't you want to buy it too? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph. Mujue coldly snorted and continued to bid. 600,000. At this moment the other's eyes flickered. From Mujue's expression it seemed like he really wanted it. Could he have sensed something? Haha, I feel like my luck is pretty good today. I'll buy it for fun too. I'll pay 700,000. Is that so? I have the same feeling. I'll bid 800,000. I bid 900,000. The other young men chimed in. To prodigies like them, 1,000,000 or so raw gemstones were really nothing. If there were really treasures in the divine ruins ancient mine, then it would be a huge profit. Soon the price had risen to 1.5 million raw stones. This made Mujue's face even uglier. All of this was because of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not competed with him, he might have been able to buy the 3 divine ruins ancient mines with just 100,000 raw stones. Now, he could not even buy them with 2 million. Although Mujue did not care much about 1 or 2 million raw stones, he was still upset that he had spent so many extra raw stones. 2 million raw stones. Mujue gritted his teeth and called out a price. This guy called out such a high price. Did he really sense something? The others' eyes flickered as they continued to bid. Very quickly the price rose to 3 million. Lu Ming, forget it. Although there's something in there, it's only worth 3 million yuan at most. If it goes any higher, we'll suffer a loss, Dandan said. Lu Ming was very surprised. It seemed that Dandan could really sense the specific items inside. Otherwise, how could she even measure the price? At this point, Lu Ming stopped bidding. On the other hand, Mujue and the other young men were still bidding. In the end, the price rose to 5 million raw stones, and it was finally bought by Mujue. Damn it! Mujue looked at Lu Ming coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. On the side, Mu Feng was overjoyed. This Lu Ming is really courting death. How dare he offend Mujue? It seems that I don't need to find someone to take action. Mu Feng sneered in his heart. After the youth sold the divine ruins ancient mine, he walked down. Following that, someone else went up the stage and took out treasures to exchange. Some people successfully exchanged for treasures, while others returned in disappointment. They saw that the treasures they took out did not have what Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming needed. The two of them shook their heads in disappointment. It seemed like it was not that easy to find what they needed. Everyone, I have a piece of fire spirit root here, and I need to exchange it for a sword-shaped stone. I wonder if anyone has a sword-shaped stone. One is enough. Suddenly a voice was heard. What? Fire spirit root. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes lit up. One of the main ingredients to refine the nirvana elixir happened to be a fire spirit root. He had finally found what he needed. Fire spiritual roots, it's the fire spiritual roots. Peng Yuan actually took out such a precious treasure. On the side, a series of voices sounded. The fire spiritual root was a top-grade level 9 treasure. It was very rare in the world and many people were tempted. However, a sword-shaped stone. Many people frowned. The sword-shaped stone was a treasure of the same level as the fire spiritual root. It was also rare in the world, so who would have it? It's a fire spiritual root. Mujue's eyes also lit up, emitting a burning light. His bloodline was extremely compatible with the fire spirit root. If he could refine the fire spirit root, his cultivation would definitely be greatly improved. Chapter 1203 Battling Mujue. Pengyuan, do you really need a sword-shaped stone to exchange for it? I'll use other treasures or raw gemstones to buy it from you. State your price. Oh. Muju stood up, his eyes fixed on the fire spiritual root in Pengyuan's hand. No, a fire spirit root is also very useful to me, but I need the sword-shaped stone more. If there is a sword-shaped stone, I will exchange for it. If there is none, then forget it. Pengyuan said. Pengyuan, the fire spirit root is very useful to me. Can't we discuss it? Mujue still didn't give up, and his eyes were burning. What does it have to do with me if it's of great use to you? Pengyuan sneered. You. Mujue's face turned ugly. However, Pengyuan was also a very famous heaven's favorite of the South God Palace. The force behind him was also very strong, not any weaker than Muju. Therefore, Muju was extremely wary of Pengyuan. If it was someone else, he would have attacked. Who has a sword-shaped stone? If you don't, then forget it. Pengyuan said. I have it. Suddenly a voice was heard. Everyone could not help but look over. It's him. Many people were stunned. It was Lu Ming who had just spoken. You have a sword-shaped stone. Pengyuan's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming stood up. His palm glowed and a small stone sword appeared in his hand. The stone sword was the size of a palm and milky white in color. It emitted a faint sword chi. This was the sword-shaped stone. Lu Ming felt that he was lucky. He had found this sword-shaped stone when he was sorting through the storage rings of the expert from the Heaven Martial Sword sect after Xiao Wan had killed him. Back then, Xiao Wan had killed so many powerful people and Lu Ming had obtained many good things. He had organized them all. Now it had come in handy. It really is a sword-shaped stone. Pengyuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. The sword-shaped stone was extremely useful for warriors who cultivated the sword. This sword-shaped stone should be enough to pay you back for your fire spirit root. Lu Ming said. Of course you can. Pengyuan said with a smile. Wait a moment. At this moment Muju said coldly. He took a step forward and stood not far from Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, sell me your sword-shaped stone. Sell it to you? I'm sorry, my sword-shaped stone needs to be exchanged for a fire spirit root with that brother Pang, so I don't have any extra sword-shaped stones. Lu Ming said. There's nothing else. Just sell the one in your hand to me. Hurry up, I don't have time to waste on you. Name your price. Mujue said impatiently. Lu Ming frowned. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I've already said that I have use for this sword-shaped stone. Nonsense, I don't care if you're useful or not. Now sell him to me, you hear me? Mujue scolded coldly. Hehe. Where did this idiot come from? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was speechless. This Muju obviously wanted to use his sword-shaped stone to exchange for the fire spiritual root with Pengyuan. He didn't dare to do anything to Pengyuan, yet he was bullying him. At the side, the others looked on indifferently and did not say anything. Kid, what did you say? Do you know who I am? I am Muju, the young master of the Mu family, one of the top 10 families in the South God Palace. You dare. Get lost. I don't care who you are. Who you are is none of my business. A good dog doesn't block the way. Before Muju could finish his words, he was coldly reprimanded by Lu Ming and he swallowed his words. Courting death. How dare a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent act so arrogantly? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how high the heavens are. Mujue's face turned gloomy. His eyes were cold, and the aura around him became violent. A layer of flame spread out from his body. At the side, the others looked on quietly, and no one stopped them. In this world, treasures could only be obtained and protected if one had the strength. Buzz! Muju waved his hand and a long whip condensed from flames whipped toward Lu Ming's face. You really think I'm a soft persimmon? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His palm was like a knife and he slashed out. With a poof, Muju's flame whip was cut into two. You have some skills, but you are still too young to be arrogant in front of me, Mujue. Mujue said coldly. Boom! The aura on his body became even more violent, and a terrifying pressure bloomed in the hall. The strength of this pressure surpassed the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. The 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Moreover, it was the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Muju's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, which was one level higher than Lu Ming's. Is this the strength of the geniuses of the South God Palace? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Divine Ruins continent was indeed the most powerful continent in the Divine Ruins continent group, with experts as numerous as the clouds. The South God Palace could be considered one of the 4 strongest forces in the Divine Ruins continent, and the geniuses among them were naturally not to be underestimated. In the Divine Wilderness continent, a paragon like Long Chun was only at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. The other geniuses, such as Xian Yanjuan and Darkchild, had just broken through to the 4th level spiritual god realm not long ago. The difference was too great. Kneel down! Muju shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. A huge palm print condensed and blasted toward Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming with one palm and make him kneel on the ground. 6th level spiritual god realm, so what? Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The dragon power in his body burst out and he threw a punch. Boom! The terrifying fist force hit the flaming hand and directly penetrated it. Again. Muju's eyes turned even colder when he saw that the palm that he had condensed was destroyed by Lu Ming. Fuck you, it's my turn now. Lu Ming took a step forward and the ground trembled. Countless inscriptions appeared. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure neared Muju in an instant. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A wisp of energy surged into his body, causing him to be covered in a bloody light. Boom! After borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased again and he threw a punch at Muju. A cold killing intent enveloped Mujue, and a terrifying force pressed toward him. This made Muju's expression change slightly. He roared and the flames were boiling. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. Boom! When the two fists collided, Muju's expression changed drastically. He took a few steps back while Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. What? Mujue has been pushed back. How is that possible? Mujue is at the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, but he was forced to retreat. What happened? That Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. How did this happen? After Muju was knocked back with a single punch, the scene went into an uproar. Many people cried out in shock. Among them, a few young men's eyes flickered and revealed a strange light. For example, the beautiful woman in the fiery red long fist had a look of surprise in her eyes. Damn it, brat, I'm going to kill you. After being punched by Lu Ming, Mujue let out a long and angry howl. He had a higher cultivation level, but now he was forced to retreat by a young man with a lower cultivation level. This made him feel extremely humiliated. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.